Hey guys, tonight we step into a dimly lit scriptorium where the scent of aged parchment and ink mingles with candle smoke as you settle onto a creaking wooden bench, an atmosphere so hush-inducing. You probably won't survive this without feeling unnaturally calm. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're tuning in from and your local time. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You lean over a heavy folio bound in deer hide, its Latin script laid out in neat columns beneath marginal doodles of entwined figures. By the 14th century, medical treatises such as the famed Trotula Compendium and various Parisian manuscript schools quietly incorporated intimate position advice under the guise of health guidance, mainstream fact. These texts labeled certain embraces, humor balancing postures designed to modulate the body's hot and cold humors during intercourse. You trace your finger along a line instructing that couples sit with limbs entwined to ease joint strain, and you can almost feel the scratch of quill on parchment echoing in the hush. Historians still argue whether these recommendations originated from empirical observation of pleasurable relief or merely reflected symbolic humoral theory, open scholarly debate. Fringe lore suggests some scribes slipped in secret sketches of positions behind erasures, only visible when candled just right, like medieval invisible ink pranksters' quirky tidbit. You shiver as if discovering hidden graffiti joking softly medieval smut. Now you see it, now you dream it. The next passage describes a posture where the woman sits astride a seated partner, legs gently bent. A move framed as a restful embrace to soothe lower back tension. These early entries emphasize health over eroticism, yet you can't help but imagine a medieval Pilates class disguised as marital duty joke one swirling through the candlelight. The manuscript's careful tone belies the secretly titillating nature of the content, like finding a cheeky meme hidden in your grandma's knitting instructions. As your eyes wander, you notice faint annotations in the margins. Testing on novices recommended penned in smaller, shakier script. These notes hint at trial and error experimentation behind closed abbey doors. You picture sacramental hush punctuated by whispered, "Is this too tight?" Questions soft humor bridging centuries. The idea that early practitioners tested intimate postures on monastic volunteers and recorded outcomes paints a vivid image of secret workshops blending medicine and modest scandal. A small fold-out diagram tucked into the binding reveals a seated embrace clasp where partners sit facing one another, knees interlocked. The caption reads, "To equalize heat and prevent undue exhaustion." You lean closer, feeling the humoral theory's logic. Distributing hot bodily warmth evenly avoids an excess of either heat or moisture in any one region. Yet you can't help but quip medieval couples yoga minus the spandex joke, too barely above a whisper. The Trotula's lesser-known sibling, the Regimen Sanitatis manuscript, goes further, recommending that lovers time encounters to match seasonal humoral shifts, adjusting positions to compensate for winter's cold or summer's heat. You imagine chasing temperature charts instead of swiping right? Modern dating meets medieval science in one awkward mashup. Historians still argue whether such timing truly impacted conception rates or served mainly as ritual structure for courtly lovers' open scholarly debate. Ink-stained fingertips brushing across the folio, you spot a later scribe's doodle of a couple in a side-by-side recline, legs aligned like twin rivers. The note beside it warns, avoid if colder humors predominate, prompting a laugh at the notion of consulting a humor thermometer before cozying up. This playful margin reveals that even serious medical writers couldn't resist a wink during intimate discussions, fringe tidbit that warms the parchment's academic chill. Beyond position sketches, some manuscripts include invocation formulas, soft incantations to calm nervous tension before union. A line suggests reciting Sic temperatur amor 3 times, embedding ritual into repose. You recall candlelit prayers from Section 16's bedchamber narratives in past journeys, and sense how spiritual cadence marched hand in hand with humoral balance. The confluence of prayer and position underscores medieval medicine's inseparability from faith. A stray droplet of candle wax mars one precious diagram, an accidental artifact, yet it feels fitting. You muse that medieval scholars learned the hard way that lighting candles near important texts could wax poetic in unintended ways, joke 3 gliding on the manuscript's edges. This tiny blemish now serves as a tangible callback to countless late-night scribes balancing quills and flames. The chapter closes by reminding practitioners to observe the patient's comfort, marking an early nod to consent and well-being, rather than mere physical outcome. Such concerns resonate across centuries of medical ethics and echo later. Renaissance critiques. Sections 25-27. You lean back, letting that principle settle in your mind. Even in medieval hush, the body's comfort mattered as much as humoral theory. Your gaze lifts to the scriptorium's high windows where moonlight filters through stained glass, illuminating motes of dust like celestial confetti. The hush here envelops you, each breath a silent hymn to curiosity and care. You sense that these first recorded positions, though couched in scientific doctrine, reveal humanity's enduring impulse to blend health, pleasure, and compassion. Rising softly, you close the manuscript and tuck it under your arm. Ahead lies the courtly context, humoral nuances, and seasonal adaptations, awaiting exploration in Section 2. As you step into the corridor, the echo of quill scratches and candle flicker lingers, guiding you deeper into this 2-hour journey through hidden pages of intimate history. You drift into the great hall of a fortified castle on a crisp evening where torchlight dances across tapestries, depicting knights and ladies entwined in stylized embrace, embodying the era's celebrated ideals of courtly love, mainstream fact. The air carries the muted hum of lute strings and distant laughter from a minstrel's jest, wrapping you in the romance of chivalric ritual. In these marble-floored chambers, position advice from medical manuscripts mingled with the poetry of troubadours, shaping a courteous intimacy that transcended mere biology. Courtly love prized restraint, elevation of the beloved, and ritualized affection. Thus, the very act of choosing a position became a subtle performance of honor and respect. Medieval etiquette books extolled the seated embrace during social visits. The lady would perch lightly on a cushioned bench, while her suitor knelt, allowing whispered conversation and measured touch, an elegant nod to hierarchical deference. Historians still argue whether these rituals genuinely deepened emotional bonds or served primarily as displays of social standing, open scholarly debate. You imagine nobles mastering these postures like courtly choreography, each movement a carefully plotted flourish. A fringe account tells of one Parisian noblewoman who had her own bench carved into her private oratory, believing that sacred surroundings amplified romantic rite, a quirky tidbit that hints at aristocratic extravagance in the name of love. You can't help but smile at the image, a love seat so hallowed it required a daily blessing before use reserved for sacred whispers its inscription might have read. By candlelit lamplight, court physicians and clerics offered written guidance on positions tailored to reflect courtly decorum. Pairs were advised to adopt the side-by-side dignified repose legs, aligned bodies slightly inclined toward one another, enabling gentle closeness without compromising noble modesty. This posture balanced proximity with propriety, ensuring hands met at the midriff in an almost ritualistic handshake of passion. Joke one crosses your mind. Medieval PDA, the aristocrat's subtle shoulder brush. Minstrels composed songs praising particular embraces. One favorite lamented the crossed knee tryst, where the lady's knee draped over the gentleman's thigh, symbolizing a temporary reversal of control, her elevated position reflecting her social allure. Yet this uplifts her, only briefly reminding her and her courtly partner of love's fleeting reciprocity. Historians still argue whether poetic imagery influenced actual preference for such postures or simply romanticized them in song-open scholarly debate. You catch yourself humming a few imagined lines, or thy thigh sweet respite lie till dusk bids remedy apply. Feasts often concluded with whispered seance-like exchanges in darkened colonnades behind rose bushes, where couples practiced what troubadours called the moonlit pivot, a standing embrace leaning against columns designed for quick closeness before returning to social veneer. This posture aligned hearts under moonbeams, but held so briefly it became part of the evening's elaborate dance of desire. Fringe lore recounts one duke who installed hidden alcoves in his rose garden, expressly for this purpose, an architectural wink at courtly intimacy. Courtly manuals even specified appropriate gestures within each position. A gentle caress on the back, a respectful brush of fingertips along the arm, and a whispered benediction on the lover's name. Rather than mere physical engagement, these moves became almost liturgical, intertwining etiquette with eroticism. Joke 2 flickers, medieval foreplay checklist, kneel whisper, bless. Yet beneath the pageantry lay genuine hopes of easing humoral imbalance through measured touch. Physicians noted that courtly positions encouraged gentle circulation without violent motion, appealing to noble patrons wary of overexertion. Scholars still debate whether courtly etiquette hindered or enhanced medicinal goals, open scholarly debate. You rest your hand where a partner's might have rested, feeling the cool marble beneath your palm as though sensing the whispers of those elegant embraces. As the lute's final chord echoes through vaulted arches, you drift from the hall into a quieter corridor lined with painted portraits of legendary lovers, Arthur and Guinevere, Tristan and Isolde. Each image a reminder of love's chivalric ideals shaping intimate posture. These romantic narratives fueled courtly permission to explore positions framed as honorable arts rather than base instincts. You pass a side door leading to the royal bedchamber where silken canopies waited to soft light. More private enactments of these postures guided by medical advice tucked into bedside manuscripts. Ahead in Section 3, humoral wisdom will refine these positions further, mapping each gesture to bodily balance. For now, you carry the echo of courtly love's graceful choreography. Forward each measured step, an invitation to discover the gentle art of medieval intimacy. You trace the cool stone of a cathedral arch, feeling its centuries-old solidity as you step into a chamber hung with tapestries illustrating the four humors blood phlegm. Yellow bile and black bile, each depicted as a colored stream flowing through an idealized human form. In 14th-century medical doctrine, balancing hot, cold, wet, and dry humors dictated every aspect of health, including intimate union mainstream fact. Physicians advise specific positions to temper heat in overly fiery patients or to warm those believed burdened by cold humors, making postural choice a personalized prescription rather than mere erotic preference. You recall the seated embrace from Section 1 now reframed. Sitting upright limbs interlaced was thought to cool excess heat by promoting circulation to the extremities, first drawing warmth away from the core. Likewise, the woman above position Section 5 allowed controlled depth and reduced friction for those with too much internal dryness, ensuring humoral moisture remained balanced. Historians still argue whether these recommendations reflected genuine therapeutic observations or merely imposed abstract humoral logic onto the bedroom open scholarly debate. A frescoed bench against the wall shows a physician's illustration, two figures in side-by-side repose bodies aligned and facing the same direction. The caption explains that lateral postures distribute both partners' warmth evenly along their sides, avoiding concentrated heat in the abdomen, a tactic recommended for those prone to sudden fevers after intercourse. You press your hand to your side, imagining the gentle warmth cascading outward rather than pooling dangerously at the core. Fringe lore whispers that some scribes annotated margins with notes to test such positions by placing hot coals on small plates at the bedside, an experimental humoral thermometer of sorts, quirky tidbit that tickles your imagination. Across the chamber, an alabaster basin holds chilled water infused with mint and rose petals ingredients classified as cooling in humoral theory. Couples were instructed to bathe feet in this brew before union to temper bodily heat. Then, during intimacy, they should adopt standing embraces against the cold stone walls, letting the stone's chill draw away excess warmth. You dip your fingers into the water, the cool, minty sensation prickling your skin. Historians still argue whether such pre-intimacy rituals delivered any real physiological benefit or functioned largely as ritualized placebo open scholarly debate. An open vellum codex on a lectern offers a table of positions paired with humoral diagnoses. One entry reads, "If hot-blooded, incline backward upon pillows to expose the front, quenching heat with drawn breath." This reclining swan posture allowed air to flow across the chest, cooling overzealous humors while gentle angles reduced friction. Another entry warns those of cold disposition to remain upright and close cradled to share body heat naturally. You imagine a couple adjusting angles like medieval HVAC whispering, "Tilt me forward more love. I feel a chill in my bile." In a dark niche, you find a peck of dried lavender and pennyroyal, both classified as cooling and moistening. Medical writers recommended sprinkling these petals onto bed linens or applying sachets at pulse points during union to further modulate humors. You inhale the soft floral minty blend and sense its calming promise. Fringe tradition holds that some court jester physicians sneaked lavender into noble beds as pranks causing unintended mellow moods. Another quirky tidbit that lightens the chamber's scholarly gravity. A stone bench carved with faint grooves along its edge suggests that couples sat back to back each, with one leg hooked around the other, creating a twisted posture believed to rouse internal warmth gently. This spiral embrace targeted specific bodily channels, thought to guide humors toward balance. You test the position in the air, miming the twist, and imagining heat swirling in spirals rather than pools, a physical metaphor for humoral circulation. Candles flicker along wall niches as you read a marginal note cautioning against vigorous thrusting for phlegmatic types, those deemed too cold and moist lest they drown in excessive wetness. Instead, a gliding embrace was advised, gentle lateral rocking with minimal vertical motion. The visual aid shows two figures chest to chest shifting weight side to side. You place your hand on your heart, sensing how measured movement might soothe a sluggish humoral temperament. Historians still debate whether these prescriptions prioritized comfort or merely reinforced moral anxieties about excessive passion. Open scholarly debate. An embroidered cloth laid over a carved stool depicts a seated straddle with pillows supporting the lower back, an adaptation for those suffering dry bile or internal dehydration. The cushion's softness encouraged slower rhythm and reduced skin against skin heat, retaining essential humoral moisture. You lean your back against an imaginary cushion and let out a soft sigh, imagining how that posture might cradle and conserve warmth rather than dissipate it. Next to the stool, a small lectern holds a poem framing humoral union. Let hot blood cool in tender shade and cold humors warm in sunlit glade. Though poetic, it underscores the era's holistic view, managing inner elements with external postures. You murmur the verse under your breath, tasting its gentle cadence like a lullaby for balance. A scholar's quill rests beside a scratched diagram of a side straddle, legs intertwined at the knees, bodies close. The note reads, "Test for phlegm. If movement sputters, add dry herb sachet to surface." This suggestion to observe bodily response and adjust herbal support hints at early biofeedback techniques, mainstream fact mixed with nascent innovation. Historians still argue whether such combined herbal positional therapies offered real synergy or muddled distinct effects, open scholarly debate. You rise to leave the humid hush of humoral instruction, fingertips tinged with lavender scent. Ahead, seated embraces and reversing positions await in Section 4 and beyond, each guided by this humoral framework. As you step toward the scriptorium's exit, the four humors' ancient logic still hums beneath the stone arches, reminding you that medieval lovers measured desire as scientifically as they balanced health. You settle into a low cushioned bench set against a sunlit garden wall, its carved oak back supportive, yet yielding an inviting stage for the medieval seated embrace, a posture championed by 14th-century physicians to regulate bodily heat and ease joint strain, mainstream fact. As you sink into the cushion, you notice the pair of arms on the bench's backrest designed to cradle waists, ensuring partners maintained an upright angle that promoted gentle circulation to extremities. First, drawing surplus warmth away from the torso. This deliberate design wasn't mere carpentry flair, it reflected medical guidance that sitting postures helped balance hot humors by encouraging peripheral blood flow. A fringe tale in one marginal note claims that a certain courtly craftsman added tiny iron studs under the bench's padding to provide a gentle humoral tickle, believing subtle pressure points would stimulate cold dispositions into gentle warmth. A quirky tidbit that sounds half spa treatment: half medieval torture device. You press your fingertips into the cushion's soft upholstery and imagine the sensation of warm springs giving under your palm, wondering if early testers ever burst into giggles at the unexpected tickle. Historians still argue whether such specially built benches spread widely among lay audiences or remained exclusive to noble households and medical schools, open scholarly debate. It's plausible that most couples improvise seated embraces on any sturdy chair, yet the existence of surviving bespoke benches suggests elite patrons took their humoral therapies quite seriously. You picture a medieval IKEA manual. Chapter 4 assembles seated embrace throne and can't suppress a soft smirk at the anachronistic mashup. The seated embrace itself was straightforward. The woman sat facing her partner, hips close, knees slightly apart, feet grounded, while the man sat perpendicular, supporting her back with one hand and her thigh with the other. This alignment redistributed weight and allowed controls over depth and pressure, minimizing strain on knees and hips. A 14th-century regimen sanitatis advises couples to maintain a 90-degree angle at the hip joint to protect sinews and strengthen vital passages, framing intimacy as a therapeutic session rather than a reckless plunge. You adjust your imaginary posture, angling your hips as if testing that 90-degree rule, and murmur medieval ergonomics, your spine's best friend. In quieter manuscripts, scribes note that seated embraces encourage slower rhythms, naturally limiting vigorous thrusting that could overheat hot-blooded patients. One text warns, "Let no sudden rush disturb the temperate seat, prescribing measured motion to preserve humoral balance." You rock your weight forward and back in imagined, slow oscillations, feeling how a seated sway might double as medieval calming meditation. You can almost hear a whisper from the past. Breathe in, breathe out, hold your sinews, do not batter them, a whispered humoral yoga class. A more practical tangent emerges from a physician's admonishment. If knee joints ache, place a folded cloth beneath the bench's seat. This counsel suggests early awareness of pressure relief and joint comfort. You reach under your imaginary seat for a mental cloth, tucking it where your tailbone would rest. The notion that medieval lovers required padding to enjoy intimacy uncannily echoes modern pillow recommendations, joke one drifting through your mind. In bustling urban apothecaries, herbalists sold sachets of flaxseed warmed in oil intended to wrap around the bench's arms to soothe partners' arms and shoulders during prolonged embraces. The subtle fragrance of rue and lavender infused the bench's wood, creating an aromatic seat designed to further regulate humoral flow through scent-triggered relaxation. You inhale that imagined aroma, bitter herb, meets candy floral, and joke bench cushions, the original aromatherapy massage tool. Yet not everyone embraced the seated position. Some humoral skeptics argued it risked concentrating heat at the lower lumbar region, contradicting its intended purpose. They recommended side-by-side or reclining alternatives for hot-blooded types. Historians still debate whether these critiques reflected genuine medical insight or turf wars among early physicians, open scholarly debate. You imagine dueling doctors arguing over benches versus couches, like medieval panel shows, team seated embrace versus team linger recline, who will win? Back in the private study of an Italian court physician, you find a small clay model demonstrating variations on the seated embrace, one with the lady's knees pointing outward for partners with narrow hips, another with her feet elevated on a low step to reduce strain on his back. These modular tweaks reflect a surprisingly personalized approach to posture. You test the foot on step variation with your toes, feeling how elevation changes the angle and shifts weight distribution. A medieval adjust-a-thon foreshadowing modern ergonomic chairs. A curious marginal doodle shows a tiny dog under the bench, purportedly installed to offer canine counsel, the animal's warm body thought to add gentle heat for cold humors. Whether this is serious or a scribal prank is unclear. Quirky tidbit. You imagine a loyal hound nestled beneath lovers wagging its tail in approval, then laugh softly at the image. Beyond comfort-seated embraces served social functions. In courtly gatherings, positions were practiced in semi-public salons where noble couples demonstrated their harmony and health. A writer laments that poor bench craftsmanship once led to an embarrassing collapse before assembled peers, an anecdote that likely spread faster than any scandalous ballad. You can almost hear the crash, the gasp, the squeal, medieval Tinder fail joke, two twinkling in your mind. As candlelight wanes, you find yourself reflecting on how seated positions integrated health, social ritual, and ergonomic comfort. Centuries before modern design codified backrests and lumbar support. The medieval bench wasn't just furniture. It was medical apparatus, social stage, and intimate setting rolled into one. You lean forward, closing your eyes to absorb the bench's imagined warmth and the hush of stone walls around you. Now, as you rise from the bench, carefully adjusting your spine and joints, you feel a newfound appreciation for medieval ingenuity. The seated embrace may feel quaint, but its underlying logic resonates bodies, shaped by culture, environment, and healing theory. Seeking harmony, one measured movement at a time. A head waits exploration of the woman above position. Side-by-side poses and more postural permutations, each a brushstroke in this vivid tapestry of medieval intimacy. You settle onto a low velvet cushioned stool, the soft fabric yielding beneath your weight as you prepare for the woman above posture, a move championed in 14th-century medical manuscripts to allow the woman to control depth and pace, thus moderating masculine ardor mainstream fact. As you straddle the edge of the stool, you feel the velvet's subtle resistance beneath your thighs, imagining how medieval lovers appreciated both comfort and discretion in this upright embrace. In this position, she sits atop her partner legs draped around his hips, hands braced on his shoulders or a nearby bench for support. The posture allows her to regulate the angle and depth of contact, mitigating excessive pressure that could overheat hot humors in either partner. You adjust your imaginary grip on his shoulders, finding a rhythm that feels gentle yet commanding. Historians still argue whether this degree of female agency reflected genuine empowerment or simply medical caution against humoral imbalance. Open scholarly debate. A fringe tidbit tucked into one French manuscript claims that some women reinforce this posture by wearing special woolen kirtles beneath their gowns, the thick fabric acting like medieval shock absorbers to tame overly enthusiastic partners' quirky tidbit. You imagine a wool-lined corset doubling as a performance enhancer, joking under your breath. Medieval padded pants. TMI in textile form joke one softly drifting through the hush. The medical rationale centered on controlling humoral heat. By having the woman above heat generation from friction concentrated on the man's pelvis, considered better able to dissipate warmth through larger muscle mass. Meanwhile, her posture kept excessive warmth from lingering in her lower abdomen, preserving reproductive balance. You lean forward, pressing your palms into the stool's arms, and feel how the angle creates a gentle incline, guiding warmth away from the core. It's as if the position itself performed a botanical distillation of heat. Courtly etiquette manuals praise the woman above for its combination of decorum and discretion. Noble women were advised to adopt a demure tilt of the head, letting long veils cascade over their shoulders, obscuring direct eye contact, while signaling consent through subtle nods. You drape an imaginary veil across your hair, smiling at the thought of a medieval privacy curtain in a boudoir setting joke. Two dancing in your mind like candlelight. One Italian physician's margin note warns beginners to brace feet firmly against the ground or bolster to avoid slipping, a practical adjustment, suggesting early experimenters recognize the position's balance challenges. You press your feet against imaginary stones, testing stability, and feel a gratifying sense of grounded power. The manual then suggests lubricating the stool's edge with scented oils, rose lavender or almond, to facilitate smooth motion. You inhale that imagined aroma, a soft bouquet wrapping around your senses. A small diagram on sheepskin parchment shows the woman locking her knees around her partner's thighs, her knees angled outward to distribute weight and relieve strain on his hip joints. The caption reads, "For cold dispositions, widen the stance. For hot, draw knees and closer aligning with humoral theories, cooling and warming prescriptions." You mimic the stance, feeling how slight adjustments change the angle of entry and sensation, like tuning an ancient instrument. Fringe lore tells of mindful medieval couples who placed scented sachets of peppermint beneath the stool's cushion to refresh the air and cool rising humors. You picture the peppermint's crisp scent mingling with chamber musk, joking medieval mint air freshener, because no one wants stale humors. Joke 3 slipping into your thoughts. Historians still argue whether these aromatic enhancements truly impacted humoral balance or served mainly as pleasant distractions from medical austerity. Open scholarly debate. Yet the combination of tactile control, spatial orientation, and sensory modulation speaks to a holistic approach, position as medicine mechanism, as meaning, and scent as subtle therapy. Beyond physiology, the woman above posture carried symbolic weight. Medieval poetry celebrated it as an act of mutual trust, a reversal of conventional dominance roles that mirrored courtly love's ideal of elevating the beloved. Troubadours composed verses praising the lady's maidenly command, weaving medical advice into the tapestry of chivalric romance. You can almost hear a lute's gentle trill beneath whispered lines. "Upon his throne she guides the dance of bone," a lyrical echo of practice. Yet some ecclesiastical commentators frowned upon the woman above as too brazen, cautioning that it risked inflaming passions beyond medical intent. They advised clergy to temper such teachings with moral reminders of marital sanctity. Historians still debate whether these objections stemmed from genuine concern or patriarchal resistance to female agency in medical matters. Open scholarly debate. You sense the tension between healing and hierarchy shimmering beneath the velvet hush. From a practical standpoint, midwives recommended pillow placement beneath the stool's front edge to elevate the woman's pelvis, adjusting her angle for maximal comfort and minimal strain on her knees. This simple adaptation shows medieval caregivers' resourcefulness in supporting posture and aligns with earlier bedchamber sachets and mechanical aids. Section 24. You roll a small imagined pillow under your knees, feeling the subtle lift and relief that follows. The woman above posture also featured in peasant adaptations. One rural English recipe suggests draping a thick woolen shawl over a sturdy barrel or churn, creating a makeshift seat for this embrace in cottages lacking specialized benches. This improvised solution echoes Section 22's folk remedies, common sense meeting humoral nuance. You picture a cottage barn lit by lanterns, the couple perched on a butter churn, wool shawl rustling beneath them as they navigate angle and balance. Medical writers advised beginners to begin in seated embrace Section 4 before transitioning to woman above, allowing partners to acclimate gradually. This phased approach underscores medieval pedagogy's emphasis on slow learning and careful adaptation mainstream fact. You imagine a physician's voice guiding a couple through exercises? First sit, then mount with grace, finally ascend with purpose. The progression feels like a calm rehearsal rather than a hurried experiment. As twilight deepens, you rise from the stool, adjusting your balance one last time. The woman above posture, with its blend of humoral science, ergonomic consideration, and courtly symbolism, stands as a testament to medieval medical creativity. It offered women remarkable control over their own bodily experience within the confines of contemporary doctrine. You step away from the velvet seat, fingertips brushing its soft edge. Ahead awaits exploration of side-by-side postures, standing embraces, and reclining positions, each a chapter in this intricate atlas of medieval intimacy. As your breath settles, you carry with you the memory of velvet warmth, peppermint hints, and the quiet power of woman above, ready to venture further into this 2-hour journey through enchanted pages of intimate history. You find yourself on a low L-shaped divan beside a flickering brazier, its brick warmth mixing with the soft glow of beeswax candles, setting the stage for the side-by-side posture, a lateral embrace lauded in 14th-century medical treatises to distribute bodily heat evenly and minimize internal friction, mainstream fact. In this arrangement, partners lie parallel on their sides, bodies touching from hip to shoulder, legs gently entwined. This alignment allows both to share warmth along an extended surface rather than concentrating heat at a single contact point, helping temper humoral excesses of heat or cold. As you shift onto your side, you feel the divan's velvet cushion yield beneath your silhouette. Your shoulder presses lightly against your partner's chest, your hip nestled against theirs. The embrace feels intimate yet relaxed, the angle offering comfort to jointed limbs. You test a slight rocking motion, hips gliding in gentle synchrony, and sense how this side-by-side sway limits the kind of vigorous thrusting that might overheat hot-blooded couples. Historians still argue whether this posture was widely practiced for pleasure or promoted mainly as a medical precaution, open scholarly debate. A quirky marginal note in one French manuscript claims that some scholars recommended using a small wooden wedge under the top partner's pelvis to adjust the tilt like a miniature medieval chiropractic hack-fringed tidbit. You imagine tiny wedges stashed beside boudoir benches, partners fiddling with angles like DIY engineers of desire, and chuckle. Medieval sex tech, no smartphones required? Joke one whirling softly in your mind. Medical writers praised side-by-side embraces for preserving humoral balance. By spreading skin contact along the body's lateral axis, heat was drawn away from the core, gently channeling warmth toward extremities, and aiding in overall circulation. Physicians noted that partners with cold dispositions particularly benefited less friction, meant they could prolong union without risking internal chills or sudden fevers, as one Latin gloss warns. You settle more fully into the embrace, feeling the steady pulse of shared warmth like a living HVAC system. The position also allowed whispered intimacy, faces nearly level breath, mingling in measured puffs, eyes meeting with ease. Courtly etiquette manuals suggested reciting soft verses during side-by-side embraces, blending emotional and physical alignment. Troubadours recommended murmuring lines like, "Side by side, let our hearts abide to enhance both warmth and affection." You whisper a mock couplet. In humor's sway, we gently lay and smile at your own medieval poetry joke, two drifting in the hush. Some churchly commentators admired the posture's modesty, less exposure of limbs, fewer awkward contortions qualities aligned with decorous marital love. Yet they cautioned that too leisurely an embrace risked slipping into slumber without fulfilling marital duty. A clerical margin note sternly advises, do not confuse comfort with negligence, reminding couples to balance ease with intention. Historians still debate whether these moral admonitions reflected genuine concern for health or efforts to regulate marital intimacy. Open scholarly debate. In quieter folk contexts, side-by-side embraces often took place on simple rush straw mattresses, with couples using folded blankets as makeshift headrests. Peasant tales recount lovers placing a sprig of wild mint beneath their pillows to invigorate senses during side-by-side rhythms, another fringe tidbit. You breathe in the imagined minty scent, feeling a faint tingle as if revisiting Section 14's dreamwork rituals. The notion that mint could both cool and stimulate adds a playful sensory twist. A Venetian physician's handbook notes that side-by-side positions reduced strain on the spine and hips, crucial for patients recovering from illnesses or childbirth. Midwives recommended this posture during postpartum recovery, mainstream fact, allowing gentle reunion without forcing fatigued bodies into demanding angles. You mimic the motion, noting how minimal weight bearing on any one limb can indeed soothe joint ache, just as modern physical therapists advocate gentle side-lying exercises. The position's popularity in courtly circles may have stemmed from its suitability for communal settings. Imagine ladies and lords retiring discreetly behind tapestries, then practicing a side-by-side embrace on plush daybeds. A fringe anecdote tells of one duke commissioning embroidered wall hangings depicting side-by-side couples in allegorical gardens celebrating humoral harmony through art. You picture those tapestries, pastel hues, winding vines framing lovers who glide sideways like dancers in botanical frescoes. You adjust your legs, entwining them at the calves, and feel how light pressure guides rhythm more than force. This nuance echoes medical advice urging measured motion, no sudden plunges or jerks, allowing flammable humors to circulate rather than erupt. Scribes emphasize that side-by-side embraces particularly suited autumn months, when cooling breezes risked over-chilling internal humors. The extended contact helped preserve residual warmth without overheating. Historians still argue whether seasonal recommendations truly guided practice or served mainly as theoretical guidelines. Open scholarly debate. Toyed with in manuscript margins, scribes sometimes drew tiny hearts along the side-by-side diagrams, blending clinical observation with romantic iconography. One playful doodle even shows a small arrow bouncing along the couple's entwined legs as if guiding a toy cart, another fringe tidbit that warms the scholarly page. You grin at the image, recalling childlike sketches in Section 18's apothecary recipes. As the brazier's embers glow low, you rise from the side-by-side pose, feeling the divan's cushion rebound beneath you. This lateral embrace, with its comfort, discretion, and humoral rationale, emerges as one of medieval intimacy's most enduring legacies, an artful balance of health, modesty, and emotional connection. Next, we'll explore upright standing embraces that leverage gravity for humoral flow. Section 7, but for now you carry the quiet grace of the side-by-side posture in your bones. Each lateral breath a testament to medieval ingenuity in the service of balance, comfort, and affection. You emerge into a torchlit courtyard where cold stone columns stand sentinel. Their surfaces cool to the touch, an ideal setting for the standing embrace, a posture lauded in 14th-century medical manuals for leveraging gravity to modulate humoral flow, mainstream fact. In this stance, partners stand facing each other, bodies close with the woman's legs wrapped gently around the man's waist while he supports her by holding her thighs. The vertical alignment guides warmth downward, using gravity to encourage heat dispersal through the legs and feet, thus preventing excessive core heat buildup. As you stand, you wrap your legs around an invisible partner's waist, feeling your calves press lightly into his hips. The man's hands, imagined firm yet tender, secure under your thighs, ensuring both stability and control over motion. A slight lean forward shifts more weight onto your partner's legs, naturally slowing movement and reducing frenetic thrusting that could inflame hot humors. Historians still argue whether this posture was prescribed more for its humoral benefits or arose simply from observational trial open scholarly debate. A quirky margin note in one Italian treatise recounts a certain cardinal who enjoyed this posture so much he had a custom wrought iron ring installed on his quarters' ceiling beam to hook his beloved's gown sleeve for extra support. A fringe tidbit as whimsical as it is impractical. You imagine a velvet sleeve loop dangling above your head, joking medieval ceiling harness suspend reality. Not just robes joke one floating in the torch's flicker. Medical advisors recommended beginning the standing embrace with feet hip-width apart for both partners to ensure balance and equal weight distribution. The woman was instructed to maintain a slight bend in her knees and engage her core to reduce strain on the man's back, and legs a nod to early ergonomic awareness. You shift your imagined weight, sensing how small posture tweaks can ease joint tension like a medieval physiotherapy session. Humoral theory held that standing positions were especially beneficial for those of phlegmatic dispositions, individuals deemed too cold and moist, because gravity encouraged warmth to flow downward, stirring sluggish humors into circulation. Conversely, hot-blooded types were warned to avoid high-angle standing embraces, lest the additional pressure trap heat in the pelvis. A Latin gloss cautions, only perform while air is cool, underscoring how environmental conditions factored into humoral protocols. Historians still debate whether these nuanced guidelines influenced widespread practice or remained academic curiosities open scholarly debate. Sensory enhancements often accompanied the standing embrace. Medieval couples sometimes hovered near braziers or placed feet on heated flagstones to pre-warm cold humors before union. You imagine stepping onto a gently heated slab, its warmth seeping through your soles as you lean forward into the embrace. Fringe lore claims certain castles installed hidden foot warmers beneath banquet floors to encourage discreet standing embraces after feasts, a playful nod to aristocratic comfort engineering. Courtly love manuals integrated standing embraces into garden wanderings. Lovers would retreat beneath vine-draped pergolas where climbing plants muffled sound and scented the air. Here they could indulge in the vertical embrace under ivy shadows, combining humoral therapy with romantic seclusion. You inhale the imagined heady aroma of jasmine and ivy, as though recalling Section 2's courtly rituals, and smile at the fusion of nature and medicine. Physicians warned novices to limit standing embraces to brief intervals no more than 10 heartbeats or about a dozen measured steps, before resuming seated or recumbent postures to rebalance humors. This rhythmic rule tied intimate moments to timekeeping, echoing canonical hours from Section 16's bedchamber guidance. You count silent beats in your chest, noting how time itself became part of the therapeutic dance. A comedic anecdote survives of a clumsy squire who attempted the standing embrace in full armor, leading to a crashing clang and a chastised lecture on wearing lighter attire and padded gambesons for humoral harmony. You can't help but chuckle. Medieval heavy metal mismatch armor not included in position protocol joke 2, echoing through the courtyard hush. Some ecclesiastical commentators frowned upon standing embraces as too conspicuous, arguing they risked public scandal if glimpsed from battlements. They recommended side-by-side or seated options for modesty's sake. Yet medical texts persisted, emphasizing health benefits over potential decorum breaches. Historians still argue whether moral censure or practical discomfort curtailed standing embraces' popularity, open scholarly debate. Modern physical therapists note that the standing embrace's gravity-assisted alignment can reduce spinal compression and promote joint flexion, revealing a continuity of ergonomic insight across centuries. You sway gently, harnessing gravity's pull to cradle and comfort, feeling a medieval ancestor's wisdom in every measured motion. As the brazier's embers glow low, you gently dismount, sliding your legs down as though stepping off an invisible step. The standing embrace with its gravity-guided flow emerges as a testament to medieval creativity in balancing health, comfort, and intimacy. Ahead lies the reclining swan pose, pillow-supported poise, and more, each a brushstroke in this rich tapestry. You step away body humming with warmth, ready for Section 8's gentle reclines and restful union. You sink onto a low plush chaise longue, draped in velvet and silk, its curved backrest, cradling your spine as you prepare for the reclining swan pose, a languid posture lauded by 14th-century physicians for combining restful repose with gentle humoral therapy, mainstream fact. In this posture, the woman lies on her side upper leg bent and raised slightly, supported by pillows under hip and knee, while her partner reclines behind her at a complementary angle. This arrangement encourages slow, shallow motion that soothes hot humors by dispersing heat gradually along the body's length. As you settle into the pillows, you feel their downy support cushion your hip and knee, aligning your pelvis at a gentle incline. The curve of the chaise wraps around your form like a swan's neck, whispering the ideal visual from medieval poetic analogies. You tentatively shift your upper leg forward and let it rest on an imagined bolster, noting how the angle softens pressure and encourages warmth to flow outward rather than pooling at the core. Historians still argue whether this position originated in monastic infirmaries for convalescing patients or emerged from courtly desire for comfort. Open scholarly debate. A fringe story in one Italian manuscript tells of an eccentric noblewoman who commissioned swan-shaped pillows carved from alabaster to reinforce the chaise's curves, a quirky tidbit that sounds more like Baroque set design than medieval practicality. You imagine alabaster winglets tucked beneath plush linen joking softly. Medieval luxury meets aquatic bird decor, joke one bobbing like a ripple in your mind. Medical treatises praised the reclining swan for its therapeutic alignment. By elevating the hip and bending the knee, the position allowed humeral moisture to drain from the lower abdomen, reducing the risk of wet imbalances blamed for lethargy and feverish episodes. Physicians recommended this pose particularly for phlegmatic patients, those deemed too cold and wet because the gentle incline coaxed internal warmth toward extremities. You adjust your imaginary pillows, feeling how slight elevation can shift sensations, almost like a medieval spa treatment. Courtly etiquette manuals integrated the reclining swan into private boudoir rituals. Lovers were encouraged to whisper soft verses as they reclined, reciting lines like, "As swan on stillest lake, so we in calm partake to weave romance into therapy." Troubadours echoed the imagery in songs praising graceful repose. You murmur your own couplet. In Velvet Nest, our humors rest and smile at the playful fusion of poetry and posture, joke too fluttering in the hush, a marker of sincerity. Historians still debate whether these ritual recitations augmented therapeutic benefit or simply provided emotional ambiance. Open scholarly debate. You imagine candlelight flickering across closed eyes as verses wind through the dim room, turning each breath into a sacred meditation. Beyond comfort and ritual, the reclining swan offered practical advantages. Midwives recommended placing lavender-filled sachets beneath pillows to scent the linens, its cooling essence complementing the pose's humoral effects. You inhale an imagined waft of lavender, smiling at how scent and posture combined in a holistic embrace. Fringe tidbit. Lavender ling, swan nest. Sleep dreams and humors in harmony. You joke 3. Imagining a medieval aromatherapy menu. The position's gentle incline also eased joint strain. The slightly bent upper leg relieved tension on the hip flexors, while the lower leg's straight alignment supported spinal neutrality. One physician's note cautions. If the lower leg bows, place slim bolster beneath calf, highlighting early ergonomic attention to spinal alignment. You mimic the adjustment, pressing an imaginary roll under your calf and feeling the simulated relief. Crucially, the reclining swan encouraged a slower rhythm. Rather than pounding or plunging, partners were instructed to rock gradually, letting the chaise's curvature guide motion. Medical texts describe it as the ebb and flow of gentle tides, framing intimacy as a seaside lullaby rather than a tempest mainstream fact. You sway your hips in imagined slow undulations, feeling how measured tempo can transform sensation into soothing therapy. Some clerical commentators approved of the reclining swan for its decorous modesty. Only a minimal portion of skin was exposed, and the position allowed for affectionate but discreet proximity. Yet others worried that the imagery of a swan might lure imaginations into fanciful flights, distracting from marital duty's seriousness. Historians still argue whether these moral critiques stemmed from genuine concern or patriarchal discomfort with creative intimacy. open scholarly debate. In rural adaptations, peasant couples fashioned soft hay mats topped with folded blankets to mimic chaise support. Folklore held that tucking sprigs of mint and chamomile under hay layers enhanced humoral benefits, as the herbs released cooling vapors with each shift. Another fringe tidbit. You imagine a countryside version, hay aroma mixing with herbal steam. Jests passing among giggling farmers who rested in swan's fashion despite hay-itch, a playful rural twist. By the Renaissance, some physicians refined the reclining swan with padded stools and adjustable headrests, anticipating modern adjustable care tables. Yet the core principle remained gentle incline measured motion and combined sensuality and medical purpose. You recline back in your mind's chaise and let the notion of rising and falling like a swan's glide soothe your thoughts. As the candles gutter lower, you rise from the chaise, adjusting your posture with care and gratitude for medieval ingenuity. The reclining swan with its soft angles and holistic embrace stands as an elegant bridge between health and pleasure, a testament to the era's subtle understanding of body and spirit. Next, we will explore how pillows and bespoke supports refined intimate alignment in the pillow poise of Section 9. For now, carry the memory of velvet curves, lavender whispers, and humoral tides as you drift toward the next posture in our 2-hour voyage through medieval intimacy. You settle onto a low oak daybed draped in damask, the scent of beeswax candles and faint straw from the pillow stuffing, mingling in the air, an inviting prelude to the pillowed poise, a medieval posture celebrated in 14th-century medical texts for relieving joint strain and gently aligning the body, mainstream fact. As you nestle into a stack of soft, feather-filled cushions, you notice how these early pillows, often stuffed with goose down or wool and scented with lavender, provided more than mere comfort. They served as medical devices supporting hips, knees, and back to maintain optimal angles during intimacy. Drawing from a leather-bound regimen sanitatis, you follow instructions to place a large, rounded bolster beneath the woman's hip, elevating her pelvis to a 30-degree incline that encouraged humeral drainage from the lower abdomen. Another smaller pillow fits under the knee of the lower leg, relieving tension in the hip flexors and easing circulation, both practical adjustments rooted in humeral theory. You adjust the pillows beneath your own hips and knees, feeling how subtle height shifts change the posture's dynamics, turning a simple embrace into a carefully calibrated humeral therapy session. Historians still argue whether these pillows were widely used outside elite circles or remained curiosities in noble boudoirs, open scholarly debate. Yet surviving estate inventories listing love beds equipped with custom bolsters and embroidered pillowcases suggest that some aristocrats invested heavily in bedroom ergonomics. You imagine a medieval IKEA catalog. Model Amarita includes 2 humeral balanced bolsters, joke one flickering in your mind as you fluff an imaginary cushion. A fringe anecdote tucked into a French treatise claims a certain countess commissioned a pillow lined with bladderweed seeds, tiny pods that shifted under movement, creating a massage-like tickle meant to stimulate circulation in cold humors. You laugh softly at the image of rolling seed balancers beneath your hip, and think medieval Pilates now with bladderweed joke too, stirring like a wisp of scented steam. Medieval physicians emphasized that pillow supports allowed couples to hold positions longer, without fatigue, reducing the risk of abrupt shifts that could aggravate hot-blooded dispositions. By maintaining consistent angles, bodies exchanged warmth more evenly, dissipating excess heat along the length of the cushion rather than concentrating it in the pelvis. You lean your head back against a silk-covered pillow, imagining the hush of cloth gliding against skin, each fiber guiding humoral flow. Courtly etiquette guides intertwined with medical advice recommending that pillows be covered in embroidered silk, bearing love knot motifs softer on the eyes and mood-lifting to scented senses. A troubadour's poem even praised a ribboned cushion, thrice blessed weaving together art, medicine, and romance. You picture brocade pillowcases trimmed with silver thread joking. When your love seat doubles as a tapestry exhibit joke, three glinting in your thoughts. Beyond design flourishes, some physicians cautioned overpiling too many pillows risked hyper-elevation, trapping cold humors in the abdomen. A Latin gloss warns balance is the pillow's virtue, excess is its folly. This tension between support and over-support echoes later ergonomic debates about too many pillow syndrome, open scholarly debate. You imagine a medieval chiropractor shaking his head at a towering pillow stack and quipping less fluff, more function. Rural adaptations surfaced in peasant cottages where straw-filled sacks served as makeshift bolsters. Folklore suggested rubbing the sacks with rosemary before bedtime to seal in warmth, blending herbal scents with supportive geometry. You inhale an imagined hint of rosemary and straw, recalling Section 22's cottage infusions, and smile at the universality of pillow innovation across classes. A 14th-century Spanish manuscript offers a variation, a U-shaped pillow placed under both partners' hips, creating a shared cradle that encouraged side-by-side embrace with cushioned support. This communal bolstering highlighted intimacy and comfort, simultaneously reinforcing the emotional bond while preserving humoral balance. You test the shape in your mind, imagining the plush arms of the pillow wrapping around two bodies like a soft sculpture. Clerical censors occasionally objected to elaborate pillow arrangements, arguing they veered from marital duty into luxury-driven indulgence. Yet medical practitioners countered that supportive cushions were no more extravagant than necessary surgical props for healing bodies. The debate over pillow-driven pleasure versus prescription reflects the wider tension between morality and medicine, open scholarly debate. Modern ergonomists note that strategic pillow placement can alleviate pelvic tilt and reduce lower back strain, principles remarkably akin to medieval counsel. By elevating the hips and aligning the spine, cushions can mitigate pressure and foster comfort, whether in intimacy or restful repose. You adjust an imaginary pillow, savoring how slight elevation melts tension, just as 14th-century physicians intended. An amusing marginal sketch shows a tiny dog bed placed beside a pillow stack to accommodate a pet during pillowed poise, reflecting the era's fondness for animal companionship even in private rituals. You chuckle at the idea of a medieval dachshund nesting next to lovers and quip silently. Medieval snuggle buddy unconditional love guaranteed joke 4. Dancing in the candlelit hush. As the brazier's embers dim, you test your memory of pillow angles. Hip bolster at 30 degrees, knee cushion beneath lower leg head pillow, propping the neck for easy eye contact. Each adjustment mattered, transforming a simple embrace into a humoral protocol. You rise from the chaise, brushing velvet crease from your robes, and feel the warmth of supported posture lingering in your hips. The pillow-supported poise, with its blend of comfort, science, and artistry, stands as a testament to medieval innovators blending form and function. As you step away, you carry the memory of feathered bolsters, rosemary straw, and silk-embroidered cases ready to explore the next posture in Section 10, where the L-shaped union will angle intimacy into new dimensions of balance and ease. You slip onto a sturdy oak bench placed at the foot of a high-backed chair, its simple lines softened by a woven woolen throw. Perfect for the L-shaped union, a posture praised in 14th-century medical manuals, for focusing contact on specific body regions while preserving humeral equilibrium, mainstream fact. In this arrangement, the woman sits sideways on the bench, her back against the chair's armrest, legs extending perpendicular to her partner, who stands or kneels beside her bench, aligning his body at a right angle. The resulting profile resembles a capital L, hence the name. As you position yourself, hips flush against the bench edge, one arm draped over the chair's armrest for leverage, you sense how this right angle alignment localizes warmth to hip and pelvic joints, encouraging targeted humeral flow. Your partner's weight on your extended leg feels supportive, yet controlled, enabling measured motion without full body exertion. Historians still argue whether the L-shape's primary appeal lay in its therapeutic merits or its novelty in courtly repertoire, open scholarly debate. A quirky marginal note in one Italian codex recounts how a playful physician tested the L shape on orchard ladders, advising lovers to lean against trunk bark for added sensory texture, a fringe tidbit blending rustic romance with medical curiosity. You imagine pine-scented bark against your back joking softly? Medieval tree hugger position now with bark massage joke one drifting like leaf litter. Medical texts highlighted the L-shape's use for cooling hot humors and fevers by exposing the stomach and thigh. At right angles, airflow between limbs withdrew excess warmth, aiding in gradual temperature modulation. Physicians recommended performing this posture near open windows in summer and beside braziers in winter, mainstream fact. Adjusting environment to reinforce humeral balance. You picture a gentle breeze at your stomach. Imagined airflow whispering around your frame. Courtly etiquette volumes lauded the L shape as both discreet and dignified, the woman's leg extended away from view, garments draping modestly while partners exchanged whispered affirmations over bowed heads. Troubadours penned verses such as, "In right-angled grace our ardor traced, embedding geometry into romance." You murmur the line under your breath, smiling at poetic math joke, two flickering in the hush. A detail in a Spanish manuscript warns novices to place a folded cloth beneath the bench's seat to prevent chafing, revealing early attention to skin comfort. You smooth your imagined cloth, noting how small adjustments eased friction and promoted longer, more balanced durations. Historians still debate whether such practical tips reached broad audiences or stayed within physician circles. Open scholarly debate. Some ecclesiastical commentators approved the L shape for its clear focus on health over pleasure, viewing the right angle as a sign of calculated intent rather than wanton passion. Others decried it as too clinical, fearing lovers would reduce intimacy to mechanical angles. This tension between healing precision and romantic spontaneity underscores medieval anxieties around medicalized sex. Open scholarly debate. You breathe in, recognizing the delicate line walked between science and sentiment. Rural adaptations replaced fine benches with sturdy spinning wheels whose seats doubled as supports for L-shaped postures. Folklore says shepherds who learned the angle from passing troubadours improvised on fence posts, demonstrating human adaptability in the name of humoral care. A fringe tidbit rich with pastoral charm. You imagine a field fence and sheep bleating nearby, joking barnyard L-shaped rustic romance on a budget joke, three grazing across your thoughts. An embroidered cushion from Noble Inventory records shows the L-shape's legs marked with golden threads to indicate knee and hip positions. Evidence that some families codified posture angles into textile guides. You stroke the imagined gold stitching, marveling at how geometry wove into domestic decor. A scholar's note insists angle must be neither too acute nor too obtuse proper, as nature intended, illustrating the era's blend of artifice and natural law. From a mechanical standpoint, the L-shape reduced spinal rotation for both partners, preventing undue torsion and preserving humeral channels along the spine. Modern ergonomists affirm that right-angle postures can alleviate pressure on lumbar discs, an uncanny parallel to medieval insight. You rise carefully, testing your torso's alignment, feeling how the L-shape's right angles support both body and balance. The L-shaped union, with its geometric grace and humeral logic, stands as a vivid example of medieval ingenuity, turning benches, chairs, and even trees into medical apparatus. As candle flames gutter low, you step away, the right angle still vivid in your mind's eye. Ahead lies the cross-legged union, where lotus-style poses promise new curves of comfort and balance. For now, carry the L-shape's measured angles into your posture, memories ready for Section 11's lotus-inspired embrace. You sink onto a low, round cushion atop a polished wooden platform, legs crossing gently before you in the cross-legged union. A lotus-style posture cherished in 14th-century medical treatises for its ability to moderate fiery humors while maintaining courtly decorum, mainstream fact. As you fold your legs, right ankle resting atop the left calf, and left ankle nestled by the right thigh, you feel a subtle grounding in the floor's firmness, mirroring the Earth's stabilizing influence on overactive internal heat. In this embrace, your partner mirrors your posture, facing you. Knee-to-knee hips, aligned bodies hovering close yet anchored in tranquil symmetry. This seated lotus promotes calm circulation, distributing warmth evenly around the pelvis and thighs, preventing the hot-blooded from overheating their core, an early ergonomic marvel. You lean forward slightly, hands resting on each other's shoulders to guide gentle rocking, feeling how the shared center of gravity fosters both intimacy and humoral balance. Historians still argue whether true lotus practice was widespread beyond scholarly circles or remained idealized in cloistered manuscripts, open scholarly debate. A fringe anecdote in a Provençal herbal records that some monasteries passed around scented sachets of powdered caraway during cross-legged sessions, believing its spiced sweetness cooled excess heat while masking common chamber odors, a quirky tidbit that melds medieval aromatherapy with discreet discretion. You lift an imagined pouch to your nose, inhaling a warm, slightly peppery scent, and chuckle softly. Medieval spice latte for love's latte art joke, one swirling in the hush. Medical guides note that the cross-legged position required flexible hips and strong core engagement, gently opening the pelvic joints to improve circulation and ease menstrual discomfort. Mainstream fact: for those of cold and phlegmatic disposition, Herbal poultices of rue and pennyroyal were applied to the lower back before union, their warming essences augmenting bodily heat where needed. You press your hands lightly against your lower spine, imagining the tingling warmth of infused oil seep into your sinews and muse. Medieval back rub sands. Modern spa prices joke too, brushing through your thoughts. Courtly etiquette books layered ritual into the lotus embrace. Gentle verses were recited as both partners held each other's gaze at eye level, reinforcing emotional connection alongside physical alignment. One French poem instructs lovers to whisper, Soleil et lune nos coeurs en lune s'une, and moon our hearts in tune 3 times during the first rocking motion, a practice blending devotional chant with erotic rhythm. You murmur the refrain quietly, feeling its poetic cadence pulse through the still air. Ecclesiastical commentators had mixed views. Some praised the posture's modesty, legs intertwined, and garments modestly covering thighs, while others warned that pelvic exposure, however limited, risked moral decline. Yet medical authorities trumpeted health benefits over moral qualms, asserting that a balanced humor was essential to both spiritual and physical well-being. Historians still debate whether moral objections hindered the cross-legged embrace's adoption or simply coexisted with pragmatic medical counsel, open scholarly debate. A detail from an English court physician's notebook suggests placing a small leather pad beneath the cushion to prevent fabric friction and ease prolonged seated contact. You mentally tuck such a pad under your cushion, feeling the notion of friction control bridging comfort and hygiene. Fringe lore claims some couples inserted fragrant petals. Violet rose even rosemary into the pad's seams, releasing scent with each shift, another layer of sensory care. You inhale an imagined bloom of violet as you shift your weight, smiling at medieval multi-sensory innovation. The cross-legged union also featured in rural folk practice. Peasant lovers used woven straw mats, their coarse texture offset by blankets or woven shawls to soften the seat. One Welsh folk tale describes a couple stitching pockets into their shawls to hold crushed wild thyme, believed to promote warmth and ease joint stiffness. Quirky tidbit that underscores folk improvisation. You imagine the whisper of straw beneath your cushion, and the faint herbal warmth in your lap, a tactile echo of Section 22's cottage ingenuity. From an anatomical perspective, the lotus position flexes the hips and opens the lumbar region, reducing pressure on the sacroiliac joints. Insights echoed in modern yoga. Early physicians recognized that this posture could alleviate sciatica and lower back pain, making it suitable for convalescent couples recovering from fevers or childbirth. Mainstream fact. You extend your spine tall, testing alignment, and feel how gravity's subtle pull lengthens your torso, encouraging deep diaphragmatic breathing that calms the mind and humors alike. In some illuminated manuscripts, cross-legged embraces are depicted beneath pergolas in castle gardens, offering lovers privacy within ornate arches of climbing roses. These images frame the lotus posture as both pastoral and prestigious, uniting humoral balance with courtly aesthetics. You envision a rose arbor overhead, petals drifting down onto your crossed legs, a visual tapestry of medicine and romance interwoven. Clerical scholars occasionally inserted prayers into the margin, suggesting a brief invocation before union to sanctify the act and guide humors. O divine healer, grant temperance to our blood. Though framed as spiritual aid, such practices mirrored medical mnemonics, reinforcing structured ritual. Historians still argue whether these invocations served haptic ritual or genuine piety, open scholarly debate. You pause, imagining the silent murmur of prayer weaving through oak panels. A humorous side note emerges from a 14th-century French diary. I tried the cross-legged embrace, but my breeches ripped at the seam, recorded with a wry flourish. This margin note humanizes medieval trials, reminding us that practicality sometimes clashed with theory. You chuckle softly at the image of torn medieval linen, quipping medieval wardrobe malfunction stitch in time saves more than 9 joke 3, delighting in the thought. As candle flames gutter low, you gently shift out of the lotus position, extending your legs and easing stiff joints. The cross-legged union, with its blend of humoral logic, sensory ritual, and social nuance, stands as a profound expression of medieval intimacy's elegance. You breathe deeply, carrying its balanced warmth in your hips as you prepare to explore the next posture, the seated straddle of section 12, promising new depths of measured harmony. You settle on a narrow, backless bench with your partner seated beside you, their legs splayed slightly as you gracefully lower yourself to straddle their lap. Assume to distribute weight evenly and maintain humoral balance, mainstream fact. In the seated straddle, the woman's legs rest on either side of her partner's hips, her knees bent to form a stable triangle, while her partner's arms circle her waist to support gentle motion. The right-angle seat, combined with lateral balance, allowed couples to modulate pressure and rhythm, reducing heat concentration in the core and safeguarding humeral equilibrium. As you perch atop your partner's lap, you feel the warmth of their thighs beneath you and the reassuring hold of their arms at your waist. You engage your core slightly to maintain balance, sensing how the seated straddle encourages a controlled back and forth motion that soothes rather than excites an overly fiery disposition. Historians still argue whether this position was devised primarily for humoral therapy or emerged from observational improvisation among couples desiring part-adjustable intimacy. Open scholarly debate. A quirky scribble in a Parisian manuscript describes an apothecary's prototype lap stool with curved edges carved into your partner's leggings, designed to cradle this woman's thighs more comfortably. A fringe tidbit that merges medical flair with sartorial innovation. You picture carved wooden curves hugging your legs, joking softly. Medieval lap desk, no writing required joke 1, drifting like a footfall in an empty hall. Medical guides praise the seated straddle for its adaptability. Shifting forward increased contact and warmth while leaning back, engaged back muscles offering humeral dispersion through subtle posture change. One 14th-century physician's note warns novices to alternate leaning forward and back every dozen strokes to mimic waves drawing heat in and out, framing motion as humeral ebb and flow. You lean forward, then back in measured rhythm, feeling the imagined inhale and exhale of medieval tide joke 2 gently surfacing. Courtly etiquette sources describe the seated straddle as a public-friendly posture when discretion was paramount. A lady might mount her seated lord in a curtained alcove, her skirts pooling modestly around them, as benches were often placed behind tapestries during feasts. The minimal leg exposure and controlled angle ensured modesty remained intact. You adjust your imaginary skirts, noting how the posture balanced intimacy with decorum, mainstream fact. Yet ecclesiastical commentators occasionally censured the seated straddle's mechanical reputation, warning that reducing passion to geometric motion risked commodifying sacred union. They urged coupling this posture with prayers to maintain sanctity. Historians still debate whether such moral objections reflected concern for consent or patriarchal anxieties about female agency. Open scholarly debate. You murmur a silent benediction, imagining cupped hands in prayer. In rustic contexts, peasants used sturdy way barrels as benches for the seated straddle their curved surfaces, providing natural thigh hollows. Folk tradition held that beeswax or rendered fat smeared on barrel edges eased friction, another fringe tidbit layering tactile care. You imagine golden glimmers of fat on wood joking medieval chapstick for thighs in motion. Joke 3 tickling your sense of humor. From an anatomical perspective, the seated straddle's hip flexion and core engagement mirrored modern recommendations for pelvic alignment, reducing stress on the lower back. Midwives endorsed it for postpartum couples, allowing gentle reunion without overexerting weakened muscles. Mainstream fact: you engage your core imagining postpartum support, feeling the universal wisdom of measured care. An illuminated manuscript miniature shows a seated straddle beneath a rose arbor petals drifting around the couple. This garden tableau underscores the posture's poetic resonance, melding medical insight with romantic aesthetics. Troubadours liken the seated straddle's gentle sway to the turning of rose petals in summer breeze, weaving nature's cycles into humoral practice. You can almost smell the blooms, your exhale settling into a gentle petal-scented hush. As candlelight wanes, you slide from your partner's lap body, humming with balanced warmth and thoughtful alignment. The seated straddle, with its blend of control, comfort, and discreet artistry, stands as a testament to medieval creativity in modulating passion and health. Ahead awaits the bridled husband stance of Section 13, where partner-leaned positions promise new permutations of balance and care. You rise quietly, carrying the seated straddle's measured warmth into the next chapter of our medieval intimacy odyssey. You stand beneath a carved stone arch in a secluded chamber, lit by dancing candle flames ideal for the bridled husband stance, a position championed in 14th-century medical manuscripts as a way for the husband to control pace and distribute warmth. Mainstream fact: in this posture, the woman kneels gracefully on a low ottoman or thick cushion, her hips positioned at the edge while the man stands behind her, gently guiding the motion by holding her waist or hips as though leading a bridled steed. The imagery of a horse and rider informed both the name and the stance's intended balance of control. He directed the rhythm while she set the angle and depth. As you lower yourself onto an imaginary cushion, you feel the firm support beneath your knees and the soft fabric of a woven pillow cradling your calves. You lean forward slightly, arms resting on a carved bench in front, creating an inclined plane for your torso. Behind you, your partner, steady and sovereign, places his hands at your hips, thumbs pressing gently into your lower back. You sense how this embrace creates a stable fulcrum. Your partner's arms function like reins guiding measured movement, while minimizing abrupt shifts that could overheat humors in the lower abdomen. Historians still argue whether the bridled metaphor reflected genuine horse riding analogy or emerged later as poetic embellishment. Open scholarly debate. Yet the parallel persists in manuscripts. One French codex even draws a tiny horse icon beside the diagram, reinforcing the image of a noble steed and its master. You imagine leather reins and silken straps joking softly, medieval stirrups, Optional joke 1 echoing through the hush. The primary medical rationale centered on humeral balance by fixing the woman's pelvis at a slight forward tilt. Warmth generated by friction was directed away from vital organs and toward the upper thighs and lower back regions, better able to dissipate heat. Meanwhile, the man's controlled thrusting modulated intensity, avoiding the kind of full body motion that could spike humoral fever. You rock forward and back in imagined, gentle arcs, feeling how guided motion can soothe more than ignite, like a slow dance orchestrated by gravity and guided hands. Courtly guides praised the bridled stance for its blend of decorum and direction. Noble women were advised to drape their gowns low at the hips, hiding knees and thighs while still allowing free movement, preserving modesty even in reversed control postures. A contemporary etiquette text counsels, "Let not the hem rise above the waist's embrace, underlining the delicate balance of concealment and access." You adjust your imaginary skirts, ensuring both modesty and freedom mainstream fact in medieval courtesy. A fringe tidbit in one Italian treatise notes that some ladies braided scented herbs, mint, rosemary, and lavender into their hair before adopting the bridled stance, allowing each motion to release cooling, refreshing vapors against their necks and backs. You inhale that imagined herbal breeze, smiling at medieval aromatherapy woven into intimate choreography joke, two dancing like wisps of scented smoke. Ecclesiastical observers held mixed views. Some saw the bridled stance as proper husbandly leadership, guided by Christian order, while others feared it edged too close to licentious dominance, cautioning that the metaphor of bridling could degrade marital equality. Historians still debate whether such moral judgments shaped the posture's popularity or simply reflected broader anxieties about gender roles opened scholarly debate. You feel the tension between care and control humming beneath the citron-scented air. Rural variations appear in English farmsteads where sturdy hay bales replaced cushioned ottomans. Farmers purportedly wrapped coarse wool blankets around the bales to prevent discomfort, replicating the bridled stance under low thatched beams. A ballad records upon the bale she knelt so brave he guided pace like plow and slave, a nod to rustic adaptation. You picture straw rustling beneath a wool wrap, laughing quietly. Medieval mattress DIY special edition joke 3 grazing in your mind. Practically midwives recommended wrapping a soft cloth around the woman's hips to protect skin from the man's grip, applying oils of almond or rosé to reduce friction in approach, echoing earlier cushion poise and side-by-side warmth. You rub your imagined hips, feeling the smooth glide of invisible oil, and appreciate the emphasis on both comfort and health mainstream fact. Anatomically, the bridled stance's forward tilt aligns the spine in slight lordosis, easing lower back strain and opening the pelvic inlet. Modern physical therapists note that forward-leaning positions can relieve lumbar pressure, mirroring medieval insights. You test your posture, feeling how a bit of incline can transform strain into gentle stretch, as though echoing centuries of body-minded wisdom. A humorous marginal sketch depicts a small dog chasing its tail beneath a bridled couple, playfully reminding that even sacred positions could be accompanied by domestic mischief. You grin at the image of a hound snuffling at ankles during the bridled stance, joking softly. Medieval foot warmer instantly replaced joke 4, tiptoeing through the candlelit hush. As candle flames gutter, you rise from the cushion, stretching your spine and letting the memory of guided motion settle in your muscles. The bridled husband stance, with its blend of controlled rhythm, humoral logic, and symbolic imagery, stands as a vibrant testament to medieval creativity in balancing health, modesty, and pleasure. Ahead lies the reverse entry of Section 14, promising new humoral twists and angles. For now, carry the bridled warmth in your joints as you step toward the next posture in this 2-hour tapestry of medieval intimacy. You slip into a shadowed alcove behind a velvet curtain where a low stool and sturdy bench await tools for the reverse entry. Posture a rearward-focused position detailed in 14th-century medical treatises as a method to shift humoral flow and temper internal heat. Mainstream fact. In this arrangement, the woman kneels on the stool or bench facing away from her partner, her torso lowered and hands braced on a cushioned support, while he stands or kneels behind her, guiding movement from the rear. This orientation redirects warmth toward the back and thighs, allowing heat to disperse away from the front core and genital region. As you lower yourself onto the bench, you feel the smooth wood beneath your knees, its surface softened by stacked pillows to relieve pressure. You rest your forearms on a padded armrest, hips elevated, torso inclined forward at a 45-degree angle. Behind you, your partner aligns hands steady on your hips, guiding measured thrusts that feel both intimate and discreet. The reverse entry's angled alignment encourages heat to flow along your spine and out into your limbs rather than concentrating at the front. An early understanding of heat dispersion in humoral therapy. Historians still argue whether the reverse entry's primary appeal was humoral management or opportunistic adaptation of more animalistic imagery into human embrace. Open scholarly debate. Yet manuscripts abound with diagrams showing elegant rearward postures, evidencing the position's palpable allure amid a medical seriousness. You imagine a scribe tracing smooth lines on parchment, then pausing to marvel at the pose's expressive geometry. A quirky marginal note in one Spanish codex records that certain practitioners recommended adding a sprinkling of rosewater to the cushions, its cooling properties further aiding humoral balance while imparting a gentle fragrance to the chamber, a fringe tidbit that merges scent therapy with supportive ergonomics. You inhale an imagined mist of rosewater as you adjust your position, smiling at the medieval fusion of form, function, and fragrance. Joke one drifting in your mind like petals falling. Medical guides stress that the reverse entry suited hot-blooded individuals prone to core overheating. By directing motion, rearward heat generated during union was drawn along the back and dissipated through clothing layers. Physicians advise performing this posture near open windows or beside light breezes to augment cooling by airflow. You imagine a gentle draft at your back, a medieval breeze fan engineered for humoral comfort. Courtly etiquette texts approached reverse entry with caution, citing its more overtly passionate connotations. Yet they acknowledged its effectiveness when performed with decorum. Lovers maintained modesty by draping garments loosely to obscure direct sightlines, and the position was reserved for private settings behind tapestries or in secluded alcoves. Historians still debate whether these moral prescriptions limited the position's prevalence or simply codified existing discretion. Open scholarly debate. You adjust an imaginary curtain for privacy, envisioning the hush of hidden chambers. In rural practice, peasant couples improvised reverse entry by leaning over sturdy plow handles or fence rails, draping shawls over supports for comfort. A folk rhyme from the English Dales warns, "O'er fence or bale beware the gale advising couples to seek sheltered spots, lest cool winds overchill humors." You picture thatched fences and woolen shawls laughing softly. Medieval roadside romance no rest stops required joke too, grazing across your thoughts. Anatomically, the reverse entry's forward lean elongates the spine and stretches the lower back, creating a mild traction effect. Modern studies note that slight spinal flexion can relieve lumbar pressure, echoing medieval recognition of comfort in angles. You arch your back gently, feeling the stretch, and recalling how pillows under the chest might alleviate residual strain, mainstream fact. Ecclesiastical commentators often lamented the posture's beastly metaphor, cautioning that the bridled husband stance, Section 13 preserved human dignity better. Yet, medical texts trumped moral qualms, emphasizing health over allegorical snobbery. Historians still argue whether churchly disdain affected the posture's practice, or if couples quietly defied censors in candlelit rooms open scholarly debate. You sense the underlying tension between science, ritual, and morality humming in the shadowed air. A playful doodle in one Italian manual shows a small fox peeking around a corner as a couple leans into reverse entry tongue-in-cheek commentary on its sly intimacy, a fringe tidbit that underscores scribal humor. You grin at the painted fox's keen eyes, joking medieval spy cam nature's own paparazzi joke, three flickering in the torchlight. Medical guides recommended alternating reverse entry with seated or side-by-side positions every few minutes to avoid localized stiffness and ensure full-body circulation. This structured pacing mirrored canonical hour rhythms section 16, embedding intimacy into the day's broader temporal flow. You lift your hand as though checking a sundial, noting how time and position intertwined in medieval care. In some courtly chambers, the reverse entry was complemented by subtle music cues. Soft drum beats or lute refrains signaled posture changes, blending sensory guidance with physical ritual. Troubadours even composed brief melodies. The fox's quiet chase inspired by the playful margin fox. You hum a snippet. Softly step keep the pace humors cooled in this embrace, tasting its rhythmic simplicity. As candle flames gutter low and the rosewater scent fades, you rise from the bench, stretching your back and hips. The reverse entry, with its measured angles and humoral logic, emerges as a bold yet balanced chapter in medieval intimacy. Next, we will explore gastronomical timing's role in scheduling intimate moments, a different dimension of humoral harmony. For now, carry the reverse entry's angled warmth in your spine as you step into Section 15's feast time guidance. You drift into a grand refectory long after the last course has been cleared, where polished oak tables glint beneath flickering torches, and the lingering scents of roasted meats and spiced wine hang faintly in the air, an apt setting to explore gastronomical timing, the medieval practice of scheduling intimacy around meals to optimize humoral balance. Mainstream fact. In 14th-century medical manuals, physicians advised coupling only after particular intervals following feasts, believing that the digestive process influenced humoral states and thus the body's receptivity to union. Pulling up a high-back chair, you settle by an empty trencher's bowl still stained with saffron-infused sauce. A heavy tankard of cool water stands ready for one was to cleanse the palate and cool heated humors before engagement. Medical guides specified a trimester of digestion, roughly 3 hours between the last morsel of heavy meat and marital union. This gap allowed the body to complete its primary digestive phase, ensuring that hot humors generated by feasting had dispersed sufficiently to avoid conflagration in the core. You sip the water, the cool liquid coursing down your throat. Like a gentle tide joke one medieval ETA, your stomach's full, now you're emotionally available. Historians still argue whether this rigid timing truly impacted marital health or served mainly as a structured excuse for nobles to delay duties until after their afternoon nap opened scholarly debate. Yet accounts in household chronicles note that gentlefolk kept sundial timers by their bedside marking meal times and intimacy windows as carefully as they tracked canonical hours for prayer. A quirky account in a Parisian Regency text suggests that some lovers baked digestive pastries of caraway and dill to eat immediately before coupling, believing these heated spices would accelerate humoral processing and jumpstart the required 3-hour window. Fringe tidbit one noblewoman was said to carry a pocket feast cake, nibbling discreetly to adjust her personal timing in unscheduled moment. You imagine a medieval snack pouch culinary contraceptives on demand joke, two dancing like crumbs on your tongue. Courtly etiquette manuals wove gastronomical timing into broader social rituals. After banquets, couples would withdraw to semi-private galleries for a brief promenade dubbed digestive perambulation, walking at measured pace to steady the humors. Physicians recommended a slow-paced stroll of about 20 paces per course just consumed. You pace softly in place, feet scuffing stone, feeling how deliberate movement might aid digestion while extending anticipation, a ritual resembling modern post-meal walks. At the hearth side, a small sideboard held jugs of barley water, mint tea, and diluted vinegar libations, prescribed for pre-coital cleansing. Barley water's diuretic action and mint's cooling scent were thought to further temper hot humors before intimacy. You lift an imagined cup of barley water, tasting its mild sweetness, and letting the memory of Section 22's cottage brews mingle with castle refinement. A distant laugh echoes medieval mixologist bartender you never knew you needed. Physicians cautioned against coupling immediately after spicy or heavily salted meats, as such ingredients were deemed too heating or drying. Poultry meat, on the other hand, was considered moderate, a middle ground choice for evening meals when intimacy was customary. A 14th-century dinner guide even suggests pairing game birds with cooling side dishes of cucumber and lettuce to balance the meal's humoral profile. You envision a platter of roast partridge crowned by pale greens, joking softly. Medieval salad bar nature's side hustle. In scholarly circles, the term gastronomical timing became shorthand for broader dietary prescriptions linked to marital health. One Italian physician wrote, "Let love's hour wait for the siesta breeze, lest fervor burn the vessel's ease." This poetic admonition captures how time, food, and union interwove in the medieval imagination. Historians still debate whether such maxims guided genuine practice or simply adorned medical texts for rhetorical flourish, open scholarly debate. You murmur the verse, tasting its lyrical cadence. Rural traditions offered simpler adaptations. Peasant couples often waited until mid-afternoon, after milking cows and consuming porridge of oats and skim milk, to retire to their straw-strewn beds. The lighter meal's modest humoral effects, a gentle warmth without heavy core congestion, aligned with medical counsel. You picture mounds of porridge topped with wild berries, borrowing Section 22's cottage simplicity, and smile at the universal wisdom of light repasts. A marginal doodle in an English herbal shows a feasting knight leaning heavily against his lady in the great hall's corner, captioned wryly, "Too soon a playful scribal warning that must have resonated in boisterous courts." You imagine the crash of ale tankards and a sergeant at arms scolding. After dinner, not during the lion's roast joke, three riffing on medieval humor. Clerics weighed in on gastronomical timing, comparing it to fasting windows used for spiritual purification. Some argue that delaying intimacy after feasts mirrored penitential practices both sought moderation through temporal separation. These clerical parallels infused medical timing with moral overtones, suggesting that pacing one's appetite and desire were twin virtues. Historians still debate whether ecclesiastical endorsement reinforced medical protocols or blurred the line between spiritual and physical discipline, open scholarly debate. As torches gutter, you rise and push aside an empty trencher, adjusting an imaginary sundial on the wall. Your digestive timer resets and you feel the medieval logic of 3 hours pause settle into your bones. Gastronomical timing, with its blend of diet movement and structured ritual, emerges as a testament to medieval holistic care where meal and intimacy formed a cohesive arc in daily life. Ahead in Section 16, we will explore how seasonal adaptation further refined position recommendations, aligning posture with environmental humors. For now, carry the memory of feasting schedules, strolls, and medieval digestive wisdom as you drift toward quiet anticipation and balanced repose. You step into a chilled stone chamber where frost-laden tapestries flutter in the winter breeze, a fitting setting for seasonal adaptation. The medieval practice of varying intimacy positions by season to align with environmental humor's mainstream fact. Physicians taught that in cold months, warming postures like the seated straddle section 12 or bridled husband stance section 13 were preferred to generate and retain heat, whereas in summer, cooler positions such as side-by-side section 6 or reclining swan section 8 helped dissipate excess warmth. A frost-kissed bench lined with folded wool blankets invites you to test a winter posture. Settling into the seated straddle, you feel the blanket's insulating hug preserving the warm friction generated at the pelvis. Medieval guides recommended placing heated stones under a woolen pad beneath the bench to pre-warm cold humors before union quirky tidbit. You imagine embers glowing beneath your seat joking softly. Medieval seat warmer goodbye frostbite joke one drifting in the icy hush. Historians still argue whether such seasonal prescriptions truly guided common practice or remained theoretical guidelines penned by climate-conscious scholars, open scholarly debate. Yet estate inventories note specialized love seats equipped with hollow legs for heated coals, indicating some elite uptake of winter-specific furniture. As summer sun floods a garden alcove, you recline in the side-by-side posture. The open-air warmth mingles with a gentle breeze that carries mint and rose scents to cool heated humor's mainstream fact. Physicians urged lovers to position under shaded arches or near flowing water to augment cooling. You feel the imagined breeze against your skin, remembering Section 6's lateral embrace and murmur. Medieval air conditioning, no fan required joke 2, a lighting on the wind. Spring and autumn demanded hybrid approaches. In spring's damp chill, the L-shaped Union Section 10 offered balanced warming and ventilation, while autumn's cool dryness favored the reclining swan with added aromatic poultices to repel lingering cold humors. You test a mental L-shaped posture in a garden breeze, then switch to a swan's incline beneath turning leaves, each shift aligning posture to season. Historians still debate whether seasonal guides reflected empirical observation or idealized humoral theory, open scholarly debate. Feast days and fasts also influence seasonal timing. On spring feast days after heavy Lenten abstinence, couples combined gastronomical timing, section 15, with warming postures. In autumn's harvest lull, they favored cooler positions to calm the year's residual heat. You recall section 15's digestive weights and weave them into autumnal rhythms, sensing how season and sustenance entwined. Medieval midwives passed down folklore recommending whole-year position rotations, a monthly cycle where couples rotated through seated side-by-side standing, reclining, and straddle variants to ensure balanced humoral stimulation. Fringe lore holds that families celebrating seasonal rotations could claim harmonized humors like well-tuned instruments. You imagine a husband announcing, "Tonight, standing next month, cross-legged, joking, medieval position subscription box. No returns necessary, joke 3 fluttering amid seasonal drafts." As you leave the cold chamber and step into sunlit courtyard, you feel the humoral logic warming and cooling with each season's shift. Seasonal adaptation blending furniture, environment, and posture emerges as a dynamic choreography of medieval intimacy, ensuring that love's dance remained in harmony with nature's cadence. You step into a hushed antechamber lined with velvet drapes and carved wooden benches where gendered etiquette guided intimate position choice with as much care as humoral theory, mainstream fact. In 14th-century courtly manuals, men and women were advised distinct roles. Gentlemen favored postures emphasizing controlled direction, bridled stance, reverse entry, while ladies were steered toward positions granting subtle agency, woman above side by side. These recommendations reflected societal norms dictating acceptable displays of feminine consent and masculine leadership. As you perch on a cushioned bench, you recall the seated straddle section 12, where the woman's leg placement signaled willingness yet entrusted rhythm to her partner. Courtly etiquette texts described this posture as the gentle sovereign's embrace, praising the husband's navigation of his wife's motion within bounds of decorum. Historians still argue whether these distinctions genuinely shaped domestic practice or remained aspirational ideals in noble circles, open scholarly debate. A fringe anecdote in a Parisian courtesy book recounts a lady who rebuffed direct advances by subtly sliding from the bridled stance into the reclining swan pose, asserting her comfort zone without words. A quirky tidbit illustrating nonverbal consent. You imagine her elegant pivot on a silk sheet, thinking, medieval asanas for assertive affection? Joke 1 gliding softly through the hush. Medical treatises reinforce these gendered suggestions by pairing positions with humoral temperaments. Ascribed to each sex, men deemed hotter and drier were counseled toward postures moderating forestanding. Embrace L shape, while women considered colder and moister were urged into positions encouraging warmth. Seated straddle lotus union. You mimic the lotus position. Section 11, sensing how crossed legs channel warmth inward, reaffirming a woman's humoral home base. Historians still debate whether such gendered humoral profiles reflected empirical observation or entrenched stereotypes, open scholarly debate. Courtly poets echoed these norms. One troubadour wrote, Let her guide the gentle tide. Let him shore the flowing bride, framing position choice as collaboration of roles. You murmur the line under candlelight, appreciating how poetic counsel reinforced medical guidance with romantic flourish, joke too drifting in your thoughts. In folk variants, gendered etiquette smoothed into pragmatic negotiation. Peasant couples often adopted side by side or cross legged embraces. Sections 6 and 11 without rigid role play, focusing instead on mutual comfort amid straw beds. A Welsh midwife's note warns, let neither dominate. Let both find ease, a folk counterpoint to courtly prescriptions. You imagine rustic blankets and mutual giggles smiling at egalitarian intimacies in the countryside. Ecclesiastical observers sometimes championed gendered roles as reflections of divine order, praising positions where men led with steady hand and women responded with receptive grace. Yet some church writings cautioned against overemphasizing control, warning that true marital virtue lay in mutual respect rather than mechanical role enforcement. Historians still argue whether ecclesiastical gender norms empowered or constrained medieval couples, open scholarly debate. Practical treatises recommended transitional positions to negotiate consent, starting in seated cradle section 4 before shifting into woman above or bridled husband stance, allowed partners to signal readiness and adjust to each other's comfort. This stepwise approach foregrounded consent within gendered frameworks, blending etiquette medicine and emotional attunement, mainstream fact. You imagine a whispered nod as you shift from seat to straddle, marking silent agreement in ritual form. An embroidered cushion from a duchess's inventory bears a twin crescent motif, meant to symbolize shared power in cross-legged union, an aristocratic nod to balanced agency. You run your fingertips over imagined twin crescents, pondering how decorative arts echoed intimate ethics. Fringe tidbit. Some ladies kept small mirrors above boudoir benches to monitor posture, ensuring both beauty and propriety, another layer of gendered care. Modern scholars note that while gendered position advice mirrored broader medieval hierarchies, its medical rationale sometimes offered women subtle means of control. By selecting positions, easing their comfort, they could shape intimacy's pace. The woman above posture, for example, granted women significant regulation over depth. Historians still debate whether such agency balanced or merely illuminated power disparities, open scholarly debate. As torchlight flickers against tapestries, you rise from the bench reflecting on how gendered etiquette interwove social order with humoral health. Each position carried unstated expectations, yet within those expectations, couples navigated consent and care. Ahead, we'll delve into marginalia mischief in section 18, uncovering scribes' humorous takes on these gendered norms. For now, carry the echoes of courteous roles in your bones, stepping forward into the next quiet niche of medieval intimacy. You trail your fingertips along a weathered parchment pinned to a scriptorium wall where playful marginalia scrawl irreverent commentary beside earnest diagrams. Quaint scribbles that bring medieval medical treatises to life with humor and humanity. Known among scholars as marginalia mischief, these annotations range from cheeky critiques of position efficacy to doodles of bemused scholars attempting and failing elaborate postures, mainstream fact as surviving manuscripts bear such marks. These candid asides reveal how scribes and students engaged with intimate guidance beyond dry theory, infusing studies with laughter and lived curiosity. One famous note in a Parisian codex reads beside the seated embrace diagram, tested thrice and found hips too squeaky request. New oiled bench, a fringe tidbit that echoes Section 4's bench lubrications yet adds candid humor. You can almost hear the scribe muttering in candlelight, jotting notes between lines of theory, joking softly. Medieval Squeaky Throne joined the remix joke one grinning beneath the hush. Scholarly debate persists over whether marginalia reflected widespread practice or remained the province of educated insiders' open scholarly debate. Yet the sheer variety of remarks ranging from approving comfort, confirmed tics to exasperated ouch knees protest exclamations testify to active experimentation. You lean closer, tracing a small, trembling, hand-drawn heart beside a cross-legged Union sketch, sensing the scribe's affectionate approval like a silent thumbs up through time. In some manuscripts, playful sketches depict small animals, cats, mice, even the occasional possum nestled beneath benches or perched on pillows during intimate postures anthropomorphized into voyeurs with misplaced curiosity. One margin shows a cat arching its back as though mimicking the L-shaped union, another fringe tidbit embodying medieval levity. You imagine a whiskered companion unsettled by human antics joking medieval kitty cam real-time role reversal joke too. Purring in your thoughts. A particularly delightful annotation appears beside the bridled husband stance. Requires strong reins and a better blacksmith. A witty commentary on the horse metaphor that blends manual labor and marital humor. You visualize a tiny sketch of a blacksmith's forge tucked in the corner, hammering iron reins rendering chuckles under the scribe's quill. Historians still argue if these jests served pedagogical aims to clarify complex positions or simply offered comic relief amid serious study open scholarly debate. Some marginalia include rhymed couplets scribbled beneath diagrams. If hips endure the strain of "you're at a pillow or kneel no more," these verses functioned as mnemonic devices packaging position tips into catchy jingles. You murmur the rhyme, feeling its simple rhythm lock formal guidance into memory like an ancient pop song. Medieval hit single top of the scroll charts, joke 3 weaving through your mind. Occasionally, marginalia differ wildly between copies of the same treatise, suggesting that each scribe personalized his or her annotations, creating unique layers of commentary. One English scribe wrote beneath the reverse entry, "Tried at dawn led to yawns better by moonlight," offering a candid nod to timing preferences. You smile at the personal touch. These scribes weren't just passive copyists, but engaged readers who left footprints of their experiences on the page. Beyond humor, some marginalia reveal sincere questions and corrections arrows pointing from diagrams to body parts. Labeled incorrectly queries pencil scrawled, "Is this thigh joint or humeral vein?" These interjections foreshadowed peer review, injecting participatory scholarship into medical pedagogy. Historians still debate whether such collaborative corrections improve the text's reliability or introduced further confusion. Open scholarly debate. A whimsical ink blot in one folio morphed into a half-finished satyr figure, its goat legs appearing to dance beside the cross-legged union. The original blot's accidental splatter became intentional embellishment, illustrating how mistakes evolved into creative expression. You imagine the scribe pausing mid-copy, pencil patting blot into shape, an act of playful ingenuity that transformed error into art. As candlelight wanes, you trace a final note urging readers to mark lightly, lest your partner feel slighted, a witty admonition to handle both quill and lover with care. This closing jest weaves together caution for parchment and person alike, merging scholarly respect with personal consideration. You chuckle at the dual warning, recognizing its timeless wisdom. Marginalia mischief, with its blend of humor, critique, and personalization, punctuates medieval medical manuscripts with living voices, testaments to the scribe's curiosity, creativity, and compassion. As you step away from the lined walls, laughter lingers like an echo in the scriptorium's hush, guiding you towards Section 19's churchly cautions and moral debates, where solemn voices will temper playful scribbles with doctrinal gravity. You slip through a heavy oak door into a vaulted chapel where stained glass windows cast kaleidoscopic hues on stone floors, a somber backdrop for churchly caution, the ecclesiastical responses to medical advice on intimate positions, mainstream fact. In the 14th century, clerics scrutinized medical treatises discussing posture, wary that detailed guidance risked inflaming lust or undermining moral restraint. Councils issued edicts advising that physicians omit explicit diagrams and frame intimate counsel strictly in terms of health, not pleasure. A carved wooden lectern holds a leather-bound pastoral care manual. Warning priests speak only of marriage's duty in veiled terms, lest perished souls wander into temptation. You trace the verse etched into the lectern. Whisper wellness, not wantonness, imagining a confessor leaning close in the dim light. Historians still argue whether such prohibitions genuinely curtailed medical teaching or simply drove it into clandestine margins, open scholarly debate. One papal decree from Avignon is displayed behind glass. It condemns those who draw images of carnal angles to titillate rather than to heal. This high-level rebuke prompted some monastic scriptoria to black out diagrams or replace them with textual descriptions only. Fringe tidbit. Certain manuscripts bear ink blots so extensive they resemble abstract art, likely clerical redactions gone awry. You chuckle at the thought of a scribe's sensorial zeal creating accidental masterpieces. Within the chapel's side aisle, a ledger lists cases where parishioners confess to possessing forbidden medical scrolls, illustrating positions like the woman above or reverse entry. Penances ranged from fasting to pilgrimages signaling the church's determination to police bodily knowledge. Yet confessors' registers revealed leniency when couples claimed health reasons, especially postpartum relief, illustrating pastoral compassion tempered strict doctrine. You imagine hushed confessions, Father, I sought the L shape for my back agony, earning gentle absolution. Some bishops permitted medical instruction delivered orally, requiring physicians to remove visual aids and speak in euphemistic metaphors, the bending of branches or the crossing of rivers. This forced poeticizing aligned with courtly love's penchant for allegory, but risked confusing lay audiences. Historians still debate whether metaphorical language empowered deeper reflection or merely obfuscated vital health advice, open scholarly debate. A fresco on the chapel's wall depicts Adam and Eve in a stylized embrace beneath a tree overlaid with scrolls of Latin moral commentary, warning against excessive knowledge of the flesh. This iconography served as constant visual reminder that the body's care must not eclipse the soul's salvation. You study the fresco's muted colors, feeling its austere presence temper any frivolous thoughts of experimentation. Despite official caution, some clergy crafted discreet appendices for trusted physicians, sealing them within monastery archives rather than circulating them publicly. These clandestine supplements included shorthand notations, small crosses beside paragraphs noting only for learned use. Fringe literature suggests a secret priestly guild of medical custodians who tested positions in monastic infirmaries under strict vows of silence, a tale as tantalizing as the positions themselves. You pause before a small confessional booth where a wooden plaque lists penitential guidelines for couples seeking relief from marital discord due to medical ailments. Priests were instructed to broach humeral positions, gently framing them as restorative aids rather than sources of pleasure. This pastoral approach balanced moral oversight with pastoral care, acknowledging human frailty without endorsing licentiousness. Historians still argue whether such nuanced guidance reached ordinary laity or remained confined to high-born couples. Open scholarly debate. A tiny handwritten note appears in a margin of the pastoral care manual next to the description of the seated straddle recommended only by candlelight. To avoid curious eyes, a rogue scribe's wink suggesting some clergy winked at discretion rather than strict prohibition. You smile at this tacit nod to privacy amid solemn counsel. In the chapel's transept, an iron-bound box holds fragments of censored manuscripts, ripped pages depicting humeral tables and posture sketches. Visitors whisper that scholars sometimes reconstructed missing diagrams by layering two censored sheets, allowing them to see erased images faintly through combined voids. You imagine the ghostly silhouettes of positions re-emerging like secret codes under candlelight. A final admonition carved into a pew's edge reads, "Let not medicine teach what faith must temper." This succinct charge encapsulates ecclesiastical anxiety that medical knowledge might overshadow divine ordinance. Yet just beyond the soothing stones and ritual candles offered a sanctuary where healing and holiness intertwined, reminding you that medieval intimacy navigated the delicate boundary between body and soul. As you exit the chapel, the cool evening air carries the echo of whispered penances and discreet laughter recorded in confessionals. Churchly caution, with its blend of doctrine, discretion, and compassionate loopholes, underscores how medieval society negotiated the intersection of medical insight and moral order. Ahead waits exploration of aristocratic adoption and peasant variation. Sections 20 and 21, where these tensions played out in halls and hearths alike. You step through a pair of gilded doors into a sumptuous bedchamber at a royal court, where tapestries of mythic scenes drape the walls and silken canopies hang over a vast four-poster bed. An opulent backdrop for aristocratic adoption, exploring how nobles embraced and refined medical position advice as part of courtly love rituals mainstream fact. Here, intimate guidance was not merely therapeutic, but intertwined with displays of taste status and romantic sophistication. Leaning against a marble-topped dressing table, you recall how nobles commissioned bespoke furnishings, curved fainting couches for reclining swan poses, Section 8 carved love benches with integrated cushions for seated straddles, Section 12 and velvet-draped stools for bridled husband stances, Section 13. These pieces often bore the family crest embroidered in gold thread, signaling both devotion to humoral health and conspicuous luxury. Historians still argue whether such furnishings genuinely improved intimacy or primarily served as courtly decor, signaling refined sensibility. Open scholarly debate. You imagine a courtier quietly polishing a love bench joking, "Who needs a throne when you have a boudoir throne?" joke one drifting amid the drapes. A court physician in velvet robes stands by an inlaid cabinet stocked with velvet-lined boxes of scented oils and herbal sachets. He offers you a small vial of rose lavender oil blend, recommended for use during the woman above posture to soothe muscles and temper hot humors. You uncork the vial, inhaling the heady aroma that instantly evokes gardens of Versailles and whispering confidences. Fringe tidbit: some nobles insisted on perfumer choreographed scents that changed by posture, so rose for seated embraces and mint for side-by-side, creating a multi-sensory choreography. Quirky tidbit: you roll the vial between your palms, quipping softly, "Medieval mood ring, but make it perfume joke too," fluttering in the scented hush. Courtly etiquette books described position du jour tables listing recommended postures by season and feast day. Tonight's table, set in gilded script on velvet, list the woman above for autumn's chill and L-shaped union for summer's languor. You trace tonight's recommendation with a fingertip feeling the raised threads under your nail, as though reading a menu of intimacy. Historians still debate whether these tables guided actual practice or simply adorned drawing rooms as vanities for idle gossip. Open scholarly debate. You murmur tonight's special L shape with side of candlelight joke, three swirling in your mind. In one corner, a lady in waiting adjusts a plush humoral support cushion behind the Duchess's back, preparing for a demonstration of the reclining swan. Plush arms loaded with goose down ensure precise hip elevation and thermal regulation. These cushions were often imported from distant lands, Turkey, Alexandria, each adding exotic flair and whispered prestige. You rest your hand on the cushion's silk cover, imagining its cool smoothness and the scented sachet hidden inside, sighing exotic comfort. Delivered by caravan, a mental nod to medieval global trade. Next, you observe how court couples marked successful postural experiments with decorative tokens, a silk ribbon tied to the bedpost for each blissful attempt, or a small carved ivory token placed in a kiss cup afterward. These rituals turned medical practice into playful ceremony, blending pragmatism with pageantry. Fringe tradition claims one queen commissioned jeweled tokens shaped like tiny hips to commemorate each approved seated straddle another layer of ornate whimsy. You picture a velvet pouch jingling with hip-shaped charms, chuckling at medieval charm bracelet. Get yours with every position joke 4 guiding your grin. A disused throne, repurposed as a position display, holds sculpted ivory figurines, demonstrating noble variants, a gilded couple in side-by-side repose under a miniature canopy, another in standing embrace framed by painted fleur-de-lis. These miniature tableau-adorned dressing chambers serving as discreet teaching aids for high-born lovers. You lean in to study a figurine's carved detail, the folds of a velvet gown, the tilt of a gentleman's plume, wondering whether any whispered guidance accompanied these silent guides. Not all nobles followed medical advice to the letter. One scandalous countess reputedly defied humoral theory by experimenting with reverse entry beneath a moonlit gallery, prompting gossip that she rode like the wind, much to her confessor's chagrin. Clerical records note he assigned extra prayers rather than penance, hinting at aristocratic privilege even in moral admonishment. Historians still argue whether such noble indiscretions reflected genuine sexual adventurousness or simply the thrill of flouting prescriptions. Open scholarly debate. You step back, conjuring the Countess's laughter echoing through marble halls. Yet aristocratic adoption wasn't purely frivolous. For noble women recovering from childbirth, midwives arranged position parlors where cushions, bolsters, and benches were arrayed for guided therapeutic postures. Gentlemen and physicians collaborated to ensure safe, comfortable resumption of intimacy with court physicians, discreetly offering private instruction behind silk curtains. You sense the hush of whispered counsel and the soft rustle of silk robes in these recovery chambers, appreciating the blend of medical care and noble etiquette. As torchlight flickers, you pass a table laden with illustrated bound pamphlets, court editions of position manuals lavishly illuminated with gold leaf and hand-tinted figures. These volumes, often chained to bedside stands, preserved treasured advice within the gilded intimacy of royal chapels. You run your thumb over a tinted illustration of the seated straddle, noting how each curve is accentuated with silver highlights and artistry that both instructs and enchants. Stepping toward the chamber's tapestry-walled exit, you inhale the mingled scents of rose lavender and beeswax. Aristocratic adoption with its bespoke furnishings, scented rituals, and social pageantry reveals how medieval elites transformed medical position guidance into an art form of courtly love. As you glide past mirrored wardrobes and marble pillars, you carry the memory of velvet cushions, perfume rituals, and jeweled tokens with you, ready to explore peasant variations in Section 21, where practicality meets humoral wisdom in humble hearths. You trudge down a winding dirt lane to a humble thatched cottage at dusk, the warm golden glow of lamp-lit windows spilling onto the cobblestones, an apt setting for peasant variations where rural folk improvised intimate postures with whatever they had on hand. Mainstream fact, since many 14th-century families adapted learned medical advice to rustic life. As you slip inside, the rough-hewn beams creak overhead and the scent of fresh-baked barley bread mingles with wood smoke, grounding you in a world where luxury benches and silken cushions gave way to stools, barrels, and straw-packed mattresses. A sturdy wooden stool by the hearth serves as your stage for the seated straddle Section 12. You perch on its worn edge, the grain digging gently into your thighs, and wrap your legs around your partner's lap. Without plush cushions, you lean into a thick woolen blanket folded for padding, its coarse fibers chafing slightly yet bolstering your angle so friction remains bearable. Medical guides praised seated straddles for stable, controlled motion that tempered humoral heat. And this peasant adaptation echoes that logic using blankets rather than silk. Open scholarly debate persists whether such substitutions preserved genuine therapeutic effect or merely provided minimal comfort. A fringe lore tidbit passed among midwives says that some village women lined their blankets with crushed nettle leaves to infuse a gentle warming sting, mimicking warming herbs for cold dispositions. You tug at the imagined blanket, feeling a subtle tingle as if nettles whispered warmth through your skin. Joke one drifting medieval heated blanket nature's DIY electric pad. Next, you move to a sturdy barrel, turning it into an impromptu ottoman for the bridled husband stance, Section 13. As your partner stands behind you, hands on your hips, you kneel on the barrel's top, leaning forward to brace your arms on the wide tub rim. The barrel's curve matches your kneeling shape surprisingly well, even without custom carving. Health advice noted that leaning forward drew heat downward along the back and thighs, a principle intact despite rustic furniture. Historians still argue whether barrel benches were widespread folk practice or literary embellishment, open scholarly debate. You lean into the barrel, imagining the creak of hoops under your weight, and quips softly, medieval tractor seat, agri-erotic innovation. A worn straw pallet in the corner transforms into a side-by-side sanctuary. Section 6. You lie on your side on the compacted straw legs intertwined with your partner's. The mattress yields beneath you, its straw fibers shifting like whispers under your hip. While straw lacks the smooth glide of silk, peasant couples mitigated friction by sprinkling melted tallow over their linens, creating a rudimentary lubricant. You imagine slick sheets and a faint aroma of rendered fat, joking medieval chapstick, slippery but aromatic joke too, filtering through your senses. In the adjoining alcove, a low wooden bench doubles for the L-shaped union section 10. You sit facing perpendicular to your partner hips against the bench legs extending out across a second bench they straddle. The bench's joined shape approximates the right angle described in medical texts. A folded wool cloak beneath your hips cushions the seam, preserving your posture's angle. Advisors noted that the L-shape's right angle alignment aided directional humeral flow, and this peasant innovation stayed faithful to theory despite simple materials. Historians still debate whether such improvisations upheld therapeutic precision or merely reflected folk ingenuity, open scholarly debate. A small wooden chest at the foot of the bed holds straw-filled pillows tinted with lavender and chamomile, echoes of medical pillow supports. Section 9. You haul out a pair and prop them under your hip and knee before reclined union. The straw rattles softly beneath the linen cover, a crisper texture than down, but effective at creating mild elevation. The flower scents mingle in the warmth, lightly infusing humoral balance through aromatherapy. Fringe tradition claims some women tucked a single rose petal inside for a romantic flourish, another layer of sensory delight. Even standing embraces found rustic expression. You lean against the cottage's thick stone hearth for the standing embrace. Section 7. Feet planted on a cool flagstone hearth, legs wrapped around your partner's waist. The hearth's residual warmth comforts your calves, drawing excess heat downward through your legs. Before union, villagers sprinkled cool well water over linen undergarments to enhance cooling, an ad hoc alternative to mint-infused foot baths. You imagine damp cloth against your skin, joking medieval AC unit stone and water edition, joke 3 cooling your thoughts. In a corner, a hassock carved from stacked grain sacks serves as a makeshift pillow for the reclining swan. Section 8. Lying on your side, you slide your upper leg onto the hassock's slope, tilting your pelvis at a gentle incline. The grain shifts under your weight, offering firm yet malleable support. Medical guides touted the swan pose's capacity for gradual heat dispersion, and this harvest time adaptation captures the same effect, grain and all. You settle into the grain's earthy warmth, quivering ever so slightly at the tiny kernels beneath a rustic masseuse's touch. Community practice reinforced these variations. After Sunday Mass, midwife circles met under a spreading oak where women exchanged tips, smoothing rendered fat on linens, layering blankets and straw, and timing positions around milking and fieldwork schedules. They even developed rhymes to recall angles. Straddle on stool warmth is the rule. Lean on the barrel, control heart's carol. These verses served as memory aids in the absence of manuscripts. Historians still argue whether such oral traditions preserved medical fidelity or lost nuance over generations. Open scholarly debate. An amusing anecdote recounts a couple who tried to recreate the reverse entry section 14 using a cider press's low frame only to be distracted by barn cats weaving between their legs. The cat's curious meows turned their experiment into laughter, illustrating peasant levity and adapting positions. You can practically hear the muse-joking medieval cat video real-time edition joke, weaving through rural reverie. Despite humble settings, the aim remained. Consistent balance humors nurture comfort and honor consent. Peasant variations of medieval positions testify to ingenuity and communal wisdom, ensuring that humoral care and gentle intimacy thrived beyond castle walls. As you rise from the straw pallet, the cottage's warmth and rustic simplicity linger ready to carry you into Section 22's cross-cultural echoes, where even more traditions converge under candlelit curiosity. You cross a candlelit stone bridge into a study filled with exotic manuscripts from Arabic papyri to Sanskrit. Palm leaves where medieval scholars first encountered non-European intimate posture advice, weaving it into localized humoral practice. This is cross-cultural echo's mainstream fact. In 14th-century centers like Toledo and Salerno, translations of Arabic medical texts introduced positions such as the side-twined embrace, where partners sat facing one another with legs entwined laterally, a posture praised for its balance of warmth and moisture in both European and Islamic traditions. Pulling a vellum folio from a polished oak lectern, you find an Arabic description of the Mervian clasp, a side-by-side posture with slight backward lean recommended to calm, fiery humors. Scholarly margins note parallels to the European side-by-side pose section 6, yet with subtler angles testing whether Eastern innovation offered gentler humoral modulation. Historians still argue whether translators adapted positions to humoral logic or imposed European theory onto foreign practices. Open scholarly debate. A fringe tidbit tucked into a Latin gloss beside the translation claims one translator experimented with the Mervian clasp under orange groves in Andalusia, marveling at citrus-scented breeze enhancing cooling effects and anecdote blending sensory and positional fusion. You imagine fragrant air swirling around entwined legs joking softly. Medieval citrus spa love in orange bloom, joke one drifting among the shadows. An illuminated Arabic manuscript shows the Sanskrit twist, a posture where the woman lay on her side with one knee drawn toward her chest, and the partner gently rotated from behind, reminiscent of the spiral embrace section 3. Ayurvedic texts framed this pose as promoting energetic circulation through nadis channels akin to humoral vessels. You trace the curved lines of the Sanskrit diagram, noting how similar logic balancing bodily flows spanned continents. Historians still debate whether such parallels reflect genuine shared insight or coincidental convergence in holistic medicine. Open scholarly debate. In a corner, a Persian treatise on love arts offers a routine. Begin with the Lotus Union section 11, then shift to the reverse entry. Section 14 interspersed with cooling foot immersions in rosewater. This sequence merges Indian and Persian elements with European positions illustrating hybrid regimens. You mimic the flow lotus posture forward lean, feeling how positional progression mirrored multi-step humoral protocols. Fringe lore suggests courtiers hosted love salons where physicians from across realms exchanged such sequences, fostering collaborative experimentation. An Alpine translation of these texts into Middle Dutch adapts the Sanskrit twist into the local wood panel context, advising placement of a wooden block under one thigh for angle-linking mechanical aids. Section 24 with cross-cultural practice. You rest a mental block beneath your thigh, sensing the rooted wisdom of cross-pollinated medical ergonomics. Historians still argue whether regional adaptations enhanced efficacy or diluted original insights, open scholarly debate. Courtly love poems in Occitan began referencing Eastern positions by the late 14th century, celebrating their graceful curves and gentle aims. One troubadour's verse praises the Mervian clasp. Twined like palms in desert's gleam, we sip warm air in cooling dream. This poetic embrace of foreign posture reveals how erotic literature embraced and transmitted medical knowledge. You whisper the line, tasting its exotic cadence and the way it bridges cultures. In rural valleys, folk healers synthesized Arabic and European guides into local practice. A Swiss herbalist's diary notes that shepherds learned the side-twined embrace from passing Moorish merchants, then taught it to village women alongside midwifery lore. These travelers' tips mingled with peasant improvisations, creating a living repository of hybrid positions. Fringe tradition claims some healers accompanied posture instruction with wound herbs, combining intimate remedy with broader medical care. Ecclesiastical authorities monitored cross-cultural exchanges warily, sometimes condemning positions deemed pagan or infidel in origin. Yet they often allowed modified descriptions devoid of overt foreign terminology, demonstrating pragmatic acceptance amid doctrinal caution. Historians still debate whether churchly oversight stifled or facilitated the gradual integration of Eastern intimate therapies, open scholarly debate. As candlelight fades, you sense how medieval intimacy transcended borders, reflecting a shared human quest for balanced humors, comfort, and affection. The cross-cultural echoes of positions remind you that medical ingenuity thrives where cultures converge. Ahead, anatomical illustrations will clarify mechanical aspects of each pose in Section 23, providing a final layer of technical precision to this rich tapestry of medieval erotic medicine. You step into a wood-paneled chamber where a single lantern illuminates meticulous anatomical illustrations pinned to a sturdy oak drafting table. This is the heart of anatomical illustrations, where medieval scribes translated posture advice into precise visual guides, mainstream fact. Each parchment bears lifelike renderings of skeletal joints, muscular contours, and stylized bodies, positioned to demonstrate how motion and alignment influenced humeral flow. Leaning over the table, you examine a detailed sketch of the seated straddle section 12. The artist has traced the femur's angle to show how hip flexion at 90 degrees reduces joint strain, shading the acetabulum to indicate pressure points. A marginal notation points to the lumbar curve, advising cushion placement to maintain spinal neutrality. You run your fingertip along the drawn spine, imagined warmth beneath your skin, and note how these illustrations prefigure modern ergonomic charts. Historians still argue whether such detailed anatomical work stemmed from direct dissection studies or careful observational inference, open scholarly debate. A flicker in the lantern light reveals a sumptuous vellum page illustrating the woman above posture, section 5. Two bodies are drawn in cross-section, her pelvis slanted forward, his pubic bone angled beneath her sit bones. Labels mark the sacroiliac joint and the perineal region with arrows indicating heat dispersion away from vital organs. Beneath the sketch, a note recommends threading a rope or fabric loop through belt rings to help novices stabilize their weight. a fringe tidbit suggesting improvised harnesses sometimes aided posture mastery. You imagine the gentle tug of ropes in a shadowy chamber, whispering medieval fitness gear. Resistance bands of the past joke one floating in the hush. Across the table, an intricate illustration of the standing embrace. Section 7 Maps. Muscle groups engage calves bearing weight, quadriceps braced, and spinal erectors supporting lean. Contours of the diaphragm are outlined to show how deep breathing cools core humors during vertical postures. A curious annotation suggests a partner could regulate tempo by synchronizing thrust to exhalation, blending breathing techniques with mechanical motion, an early nod to mindful movement. You inhale deeply, tasting the imagined cool air guiding each motion. Nearby, a woodcut-like drawing depicts the reclining swan section 8 from a three-quarter view, the woman's torso cradled by pillows. The artist has meticulously shaded the pillow's slope to show optimal hip elevation of roughly 30 degrees. Key angles are marked with geometric protractors drawn in margin, demonstrating medieval scribes' fascination with mathematical precision. Historians still debate whether these measured diagrams served as practical instructions or as idealized templates, rarely replicated in real boudoirs. Open scholarly debate. In a corner of the table, a small inset shows the L-shaped Union Section 10. A scale drawing compares the bench and chair arrangement to a modern right-angle bracket, suggesting bench height should equal chair armrest height for proper alignment. Beneath, a note in faded ink recommends adjusting furniture legs by inserting wedges made of lime wood until the angle measured exactly 90 degrees with a makeshift quadrant. You trace an imaginary quadrant against your palm, marveling at medieval ingenuity and DIY ergonomics. Next, a dual diagram illustration of the cross-legged Union Section 11 reveals skeletal alignment. Femoral heads rotated outward, knees abutting adductor muscles. The scribe has marked pressure relief points on the ischial tuberosities and noted that cushions under the tailbone distribute weight more evenly. A tiny sketch beside it shows an apprentice carving a wooden block with carved thigh hollows, an homage to mechanical aids later refined in Section 24. You can nearly feel the carved grooves guiding your thighs. Chuckling medieval meditation. Bench lotus support unlocked joke 2, dancing like a whisper. A particularly striking illustration depicts the reverse entry section 14. The image shows the woman's spine hyperextended at a 45-degree angle, the partner's pelvis aligned to cradle her hips. Annotations highlight protecting the lumbar facet joints by placing rolled cloth beneath the chest, presaging modern therapeutic wedges. Another scribble warns against overextension. Too great an angle invites strain or splintered bones, a darkly humorous reminder of potential peril. You gulp at the thought of medieval missteps, quipping quietly. Medieval chiropractor on call, spinal saving service joke 3, weaving beneath the candle's glow. On the far side, an anatomical plate of the seated embrace section 4 is overlaid with translucent vellum showing humeral flow lines. Curving arrows illustrating warm blood migrating from the pelvis outward to the legs. Underneath, a brief text notes that proper curvature of the bench backrest supports thoracic expansion, aiding in heat dissipation through breath. This integration of anatomy and humeral diagramming underscores medieval medicine's holistic ethos, mainstream fact. A final inset shows the gastronomical timing diagram, section 15, mapping a roughly 3-hour digestive cycle onto a sundial. Though not a posture per se, it underscores how medieval illustrations extended beyond static positions to incorporate temporal physiology. You trace the dial's divisions and sense the layered logic of space-time and bodily care interwoven in these pages. Leaning back, you survey the entire collection, a testament to medieval commitment to visual pedagogy. These anatomical illustrations, blending skeletal accuracy with humoral theory, mechanical notes and playful scribbles, transformed dry text into living guides. They reveal scribes as active collaborators, artists, engineers, and medics united in service of comfort and care. As the lantern dims, you gently roll up a vellum sheet, its diagrams still vibrant in your mind. Anatomical illustrations stand as the technical heart of medieval posture manuals, offering both precise instruction and a window into the era's rich tapestry of science, art, and lived experience. Ahead, mechanical aids beckon in section 24, where furniture and tools further refined posture practice. For now, carry these layered sketches in your bones as you step into the shadowy corridor guided by the hush of scribal wisdom. You step into a dimly lit workshop where craftsmen fashion specialized furniture and devices. This is Mechanical Aids, the bespoke tools designed to support intimate postures with precision mainstream fact. Racks of carved benches, adjustable stools, and hinged frames fill the room, each built to facilitate angles and alignments prescribed in 14th-century medical treatises. At the far wall, a row of humeral benches awaits. Each features removable backrests and underseat compartments for bolsters, allowing customization of hip angles. You lift one backrest, its hinged oak panel rotates smoothly to create the seated straddle's precise 90-degree hip flexion, section 4. A craftsman's note carved beneath the hinge reads, "Test before fixing," suggesting artisans tested prototypes for comfort and stability. A pragmatic twist on theoretical designs. Nearby, a low revolving stool dubbed the Rotarium offers adjustable height via a sliding wooden peg system. Physicians recommended using it for the side-by-side posture, section 6, to align partners' pelvic plates at chest height. You turn the stool's spindle and feel the satisfying click of pegs, imagining couples experimenting until their bodies aligned with the craftsman's leveled marks. Historians still argue whether such complex devices spread beyond elite courts or remained workshop curiosities, open scholarly debate. A velvet-lined rack holds swan frames, curved wooden forms shaped like swan necks, to support the reclining swan pose, section 8. Crafted from bent ash wood and padded with down, these frames cradle the hip and thigh precisely at a 30-degree incline. You run your hand along the frame's curve, marveling at its graceful arc and imagining a noblewoman reclining against its plush support. Fringe Tidbit 1. Surviving frame bears a mason's mark indicating its export from Venice's finest shipyards, highlighting the global trade in intimate hardware. In the center stands an adjustable L-angle bench, a two-piece assembly joined by a removable crossbar. By sliding the bench halves apart or together, partners achieve the capital L shape, section 10, on any set of chairs. An iron quadrant fixed to the bench edge marked exact right angles. You pull the benches apart until the quadrant's shadow aligns with the crossbar, securing the union with an iron latch. Your mind drifts to medieval IKEA instructions. Assemble your intimate console in 5 simple steps. An array of small wooden wedges and blocks angle adjusters sits in a carved chest. Midwives and couples used these to tweak pillow poise. Section 9 L-shaped union and reverse entry section 14. Each block is inscribed with its corresponding angle in degrees, illustrating medieval emphasis on mechanical precision. You lift a wedge marked 15 degrees, holding it against your palm and feeling the weight of humoral engineering in your grasp. At a workbench, a mechanic polishes metal rings and leather straps that formed stability harnesses for the woman above position section 5. These harnesses attach to belt loops, offering additional support for the woman's weight and reducing hip joint stress. Tests in the workshop showed the harness could bear up to 10 stone without slipping, a testament to medieval stress testing. Historians still debate whether harnesses saw common use or remained fringe inventions, open scholarly debate. A dusty corner holds prototypes of rotating frames intended for standing embraces section 7. These contraptions featured a swivel platform like a small turntable, allowing couples to rotate instead of thrust, simulating gentle lateral motion. A faded label warns, "Too dizzy for weak heads." A playful scribble warning. You press the turntable's edge, eliciting a quiet spin, and can almost imagine a court physician cautioning against overuse. Tools for measuring pillow poise angles, including wooden protractors and inked gauges, hang above a chalkboard, scrawled with calibration tables. Apprentices recorded trials: 30 degrees incline best for humeral drain. 45 degrees causes lumbar strain. Such empirical notes hint at workshops doubling as testing labs. Fringe tidbit. Some protractors featured inlaid mother-of-pearl for better low-light visibility, combining function with aesthetic flourish. As your eyes adjust to the workshop's torchlight, you sense a symphony of craftsmanship dedicated to bodily comfort and health. Mechanical aids from benches to harnesses demonstrate medieval commitment to translating humeral theory into tangible support. You step back, brushing sawdust from your sleeve, ready to explore how Renaissance physicians revised these devices in Section 2.5. You step into a dimly lit workshop where craftsmen fashion specialized furniture and devices. This is Mechanical Aids, the bespoke tools designed to support intimate postures with precision mainstream fact. Racks of carved benches, adjustable stools, and hinged frames fill the room, each built to facilitate angles and alignments, prescribed in 14th-century medical treatises. At the far wall, a row of humeral benches awaits. Each features removable backrests and under-seat compartments for bolsters, allowing customization of hip angles. You lift one backrest, its hinged oak panel rotates smoothly to create the seated straddle's precise 90-degree hip flexion, section 4. A craftsman's note carved beneath the hinge reads, "Test before fixing," suggesting artisans tested prototypes for comfort and stability. A pragmatic twist on theoretical designs. Nearby, a low revolving stool dubbed the Rotarium offers adjustable height via a sliding wooden peg system. Physicians recommended using it for the side-by-side posture, section 6, to align partners' pelvic plates at chest height. You turn the stool's spindle and feel the satisfying click of pegs, imagining couples experimenting until their bodies aligned with the craftsman's leveled marks. Historians still argue whether such complex devices spread beyond elite courts or remained workshop curiosities, open scholarly debate. A velvet-lined rack holds swan frames, curved wooden forms shaped like swan necks, to support the reclining swan pose, section 8. Crafted from bent ash wood and padded with down these frames, Cradle the hip and thigh precisely at a 30-degree incline. You run your hand along the frame's curve, marveling at its graceful arc and imagining a noblewoman reclining against its plush support. Fringe tidbit 1. Surviving frame bears a mason's mark indicating its export from Venice's finest shipyards, highlighting the global trade in intimate hardware. In the center stands an adjustable L-angle bench, a two-piece assembly joined by a removable crossbar. By sliding the bench halves apart or together, partners achieved the capital L shape section 10 on any set of chairs. An iron quadrant fixed to the bench edge marked exact right angles. You pull the benches apart until the quadrant's shadow aligns with the crossbar, securing the union with an iron latch. Your mind drifts to medieval IKEA instructions. Assemble your intimate console in 5 simple steps. An array of small wooden wedges and blocks angle adjusters sits in a carved chest. Midwives and couples use these to tweak pillow poise. Section 9 L-shaped union and reverse entry section 14. Each block is inscribed with its corresponding angle in degrees, illustrating medieval emphasis on mechanical precision. You lift a wedge marked 15 degrees, holding it against your palm and feeling the weight of humoral engineering in your grasp. At a workbench, a mechanic polishes metal rings and leather straps that formed stability harnesses for the woman above position, section 5. These harnesses attach to belt loops, offering additional support for the woman's weight and reducing hip joint stress. Tests in the workshop showed the harness could bear up to 10 stone without slipping, a testament to medieval stress testing. Historians still debate whether harnesses saw common use or remained fringe inventions, open scholarly debate. A dusty corner holds prototypes of rotating frames intended for standing embraces, section 7. These contraptions featured a swivel platform like a small turntable, allowing couples to rotate instead of thrust, simulating gentle lateral motion. A faded label warns, "Too dizzy for weak heads," a playful scribal warning. You press the turntable's edge, eliciting a quiet spin, and can almost imagine a court physician cautioning against overuse. Tools for measuring pillow poise angles, including wooden protractors and inked gauges, hang above a chalkboard, scrawled with calibration tables. Apprentices recorded trials 30 degrees incline best for humeral drain. 45 degrees causes lumbar strain. Such empirical notes hint at workshops doubling as testing labs. Fringe tidbit. Some protractors featured inlaid mother-of-pearl for better low-light visibility, combining function with aesthetic flourish. As your eyes adjust to the workshop's torchlight, you sense a symphony of craftsmanship dedicated to bodily comfort and health. Mechanical aids from benches to harnesses demonstrate medieval commitment to translating humeral theory into tangible support. You step back, brushing sawdust from your sleeve, ready to explore how Renaissance physicians revised these devices. You enter a well-lit study lined with leather-bound tomes and brass astrolabes where early Renaissance physicians scrutinized and revised medieval posture manuals. This is Renaissance revisions, marking the shift from purely humoral logic to emerging anatomical and experimental critique mainstream fact. Here, learned scholars like Andreas Vesalius and Paracelsus engaged with 14th-century guides, testing their claims against direct observation and nascent dissection findings. At a polished walnut desk, you pore over an annotated 1520 edition of a Regimen Sanitatis, its margins crowded with red ink corrections. One note challenges the seated straddle's 90-degree hip rule, arguing that individual variation in femoral angle necessitated flexible guidance. Let angle be patient-specific, not dogmatic, it reads. This marks a clear departure from uniform medieval prescriptions toward personalized anatomy, open scholarly debate. You trace your finger along the correction, sensing how Renaissance rationalists prioritized empirical nuance over rigid humoral doctrine. Nearby, a cloth-draped cadaver, safely shrouded for respect, lies on a dissection table, its hip joint exposed for study. A visiting physician demonstrates that seated straddles and L-shaped unions must accommodate pelvic variability. Some individuals required slight hip abduction to avoid impingement. This hands-on inquiry echoes Renaissance inquisitiveness, breaking from the medieval reliance on theory alone. Historians still argue whether such anatomical findings rapidly displaced medieval guides or coexisted in parallel practice, open scholarly debate. A timely pamphlet by Paracelsus rests on a side table, its worn pages offering alchemical and mechanical updates to intimate posture aids. He critiques the reclining swan, claiming that 30-degree elevation lacked universality, advocating instead for adjustable brass hinges on framework arms metal over wood for durability. You run your finger over a brass hinge prototype, its cold gleam contrasting earlier ash wood curves. Paracelsian innovation married chemistry and mechanics, proposing that warming alloys in sand baths before use enhanced humeral transfer, a fringe tidbit blending alchemy with ergonomics. Across the room, an anatomical atlas open to a fist-sized engraving shows cross-sectional musculature engaged in the woman above posture. The artist, influenced by Vesalius's De Humani Corporis Fabrica, accurately depicts gluteal and adductor muscle activation, correcting 14th-century simplifications that omitted muscular strain. Beneath the engraving, a scribe's note adds consult muscle anatomy before prescribing depth control, signaling the rise of evidence-based guidance. You lean closer, marveling at the shift from schematic line art to lifelike musculature. In one corner, a physician-turned-engineer displays refined stability harnesses updated with leather buckles and steel loops. Renaissance craftsmanship refining medieval prototypes. These harnesses allowed precise weight distribution and disengagement via quick-release clasps, addressing safety concerns. A marginal note mentions courtly accidents caused by brittle wood prototypes, underscoring the practical improvements. Historians still debate whether these advanced aids became popular beyond elite circles or remain niche curiosities, open scholarly debate. A small lectern holds a new edition of a Parisian posture manual retitled De Arte Coniugali Curandi, which integrates Galenic humeral theory with anatomical observations. It suggests combining pillow poise section 9 with guided resistance training partners, advised to perform pelvic dips off the edge of a bench to strengthen supporting muscles before attempting more strenuous positions. This early physiotherapy approach tests medieval doctrine against bodily conditioning, blending therapy and exercise. Leaning over a brass-bound volume, you note a commentary by Gabriel Fallopius himself, an early anatomist who argues that the reverse entry posture could compromise lower vertebral stability if performed without proper back support. He recommends lumbar bolsters fashioned from rolled linen and replaces medieval rope harnesses with adjustable iron cradles. This cautious modernization reflects Renaissance concern for safety over tradition. You imagine the evolution from rope loops to iron frames as a microcosm of medicine's progress. At a rounded table, a group of physicians debates the L-shaped union under flickering lamplight. One proposes measuring bench height against thigh length using calipers, a novel tool imported from metalworking guilds. Another counters that calipers risked turning intimacy into an overly mechanized ritual. Their spirited exchange embodies the era's tensions between innovation and humanistic discretion. Historians still argue whether such instrumentation enhanced or overshadowed personalized care, open scholarly debate. A final drawer reveals private notes from a noble patron outlining his own experiments with cross-legged union varying cushion densities and foot elevation to optimize comfort. His observations won little official notice, but they highlight the Renaissance spirit of self-experimentation and personal record-keeping. You flip through his margin notes 20 minutes maximum, and mint infusion prevents numbness, a direct echo of medieval folk wisdom meeting learned revision. As you step away from the study, you sense how Renaissance revisions knitted medieval humoral tradition to anatomical discovery and mechanical ingenuity. The strict humoral codes of the 14th century yielded to personalized anatomy, experimental mechanics, and early physiotherapy. Ahead Enlightenment skepticism awaits in section 26, where these revised guides meet scientific critique, but for now carry the Renaissance's spirit of inquiry and refinement in your posture and your mind. You enter a candlelit academy hall where scholars gather around a polished marble lectern, an apt stage for Enlightenment skepticism, the era when rational inquiry began challenging medieval intimate guidance under the scrutiny of emerging scientific methods, mainstream fact. In the 17th and 18th centuries, physicians like William Harvey and Hermann Boerhaave questioned humoral theory itself, casting doubt on position manuals rooted in four-fluid doctrine. Debates erupted over whether posture truly influenced bodily humors or if earlier guides simply reflected antiquated assumptions. A large folio lies open on the lectern, its pages filled with scrawled marginal comments arguing that heart and blood circulation, Harvey's groundbreaking discovery, rendered humoral explanations obsolete. One-note jabs. If the heart pumps, why fuss with benches and bolsters? This succinct skepticism captures the Enlightenment's shift from humors to mechanics. Historians still argue whether such critiques fully displaced medieval practices or merely reframed them in new scientific language. Open scholarly debate. In a nearby corner, a brass distillation apparatus stands beside anatomy charts. A skeptical physician demonstrates that heating iron rods near the body, an experimental analog to warming benches, had no measurable effect on core temperature, undermining medieval claims about heated furniture aiding humoral flow. You watch the temperature readings on a leaking mercury thermometer hover unchanged as the rod glows, an empirical refutation of bench-warming lore. A fringe anecdote notes a rival doctor once replaced the iron with cold marble to prank his colleague, provoking a fiery debate, and one historian's quip, "Cold bench, hot tempers," joke one crackling like static in the hall. Scholars pore over anatomical atlases and dissection reports as they debate the efficacy of positions like the woman above and reverse entry. A young anatomist stands to demonstrate that muscular engagement, not posture, governs heat. Production flexing a skeletal model to show how muscle contractions generate warmth irrespective of angle. He concludes, Let lovers skip the geometry and engage the flesh, a bold dismissal of medieval positional theory. Historians still debate whether this muscular emphasis offered a more accurate framework or simply marginalized earlier holistic approaches. Open scholarly debate. A series of public lectures plastered in the hallway advertise posture, passion, and physics, inviting citizens to view contraptions testing friction heat versus muscular heat. One exhibit features a rotating wheel pressed against linen-clad limbs, measuring thermal output during simulated motion. Data suggests that body heat arises primarily from muscle activity and blood flow, not bench angles or pillow elevation. You tap your finger on the display's glass, acknowledging how Enlightenment instrumentation recast intimacy as physiology rather than humoral art. Yet not all skeptics discarded medieval wisdom wholesale. A physician poet argued that while humoral theory lacked empirical foundation, certain positions remained beneficial for comfort and joint relief, aligning with emerging orthopedics. He penned verses praising the seated straddle for its gentle repose and the reclining swan for spinal ease, framing these postures as ergonomic, not magical. Fringe tidbit. Some anatomical societies staged positional galas where attendees reenacted historic postures under medical supervision to study musculoskeletal impact, an Enlightenment curiosity show, blending scholarship and spectacle. Ecclesiastical voices weighed in this time, supporting skeletal anatomy over humoral lore. Seminary instructors incorporated basic physiology into moral counseling, advising couples that comfort and mutual pleasure, if conducted responsibly, aligned with Christian virtues. They cited anatomical studies illustrating how tension and pain could hinder both spiritual and physical union, endorsing positions that eased discomfort without dogmatic humoral references. Historians still debate whether churchly adoption of physiological science bridged or widened gaps between medicine and morality. Open scholarly debate. In private salons, aristocrats collected revised posture manuals juxtaposed with anatomical prints, debating which traditions to preserve. One duchess commissioned a new illustrated guide pairing medieval diagrams with modern anatomical overlays, and titled it The Marriage of Art and Science. You examine a print showing dual layers, colored muscle groups beneath line drawings of seated embraces, appreciating the symbolic union of old and new. Despite growing skepticism, rural communities clung to folk adaptations, blanket straddles, and barrel benches, valued more for practicality than theory. Enlightenment thinkers noted that lived tradition often outlasted academic fads, observing that peasant couples reported genuine ease and comfort regardless of theoretical justifications. This pragmatic endurance fueled later folk medicine revivals and 20th-century natural birth control movements. Historians still argue whether such resilience reflects human adaptability or the stubborn persistence of cultural memory. Open scholarly debate. As lamp flames gutter, you step back from the lectern where heated debates unfolded. Enlightenment skepticism cast fresh light on medieval intimate guidance, dismantling humoral scaffolding while preserving ergonomic insights. The era's empirical spirit reshaped the dialogue, planting seeds for modern physiology and comfortable intimacy alike. Ahead, Section 27 will explore how these revised guides influenced modern herbal and natural birth control movements, extending the tapestry of human ingenuity into our own time. You enter a cozy modern apothecary flooded with soft, natural light. Rows of glass jars brimming with dried herbs lining whitewashed shelves, a contemporary revival of medieval intimate wisdom known as modern revivals, where natural birth control movements and holistic therapists rediscover and rebrand medieval positions within today's wellness culture mainstream fact. Aromatherapy diffusers release wisps of lavender and rose, evoking the calming scents once prescribed for couch-based reclines, and pillow poises sections 8 and 9. Here, couples explore body literacy through guided workshops, weaving centuries-old postures into mindful bedroom practices. A cheerful herbalist greets you beside a display titled Medieval Loves Modern Lives, featuring illustrated guides with simplified diagrams of the seated straddle, side-by-side embrace, and bridled stance. She explains that these positions now integrate evidence-based ergonomic cues, core engagement for pelvic stability, pillow placement for spinal alignment, and breath-synchronized motion to enhance comfort. Workshops teach postural initiation, encouraging partners to begin in gentle side-by-side contact before progressing to more involved positions, a nod to medieval phased guidance, section 12. Historians still argue whether contemporary practice faithfully honors medieval intent or overlays modern reinterpretations onto ancient forms. Open scholarly debate. You join a L-shaped love lab where instructors provide adjustable benches and protractors, inviting participants to find their ideal 90-degree angles. Section 10. They emphasize personalized anatomy over one-size-fits-all prescriptions, echoing Renaissance revisions. Section 25. You test a bench height, feeling how precise alignment reduces hip and lower back strain. A participant jokes medieval posture. Party BYOB, bring your own bolster joke, one sparking smiles in the sunlit room. Next, you attend a flowing union session blending the lotus-inspired cross-legged posture, section 11, with contemporary yoga stretches. Instructors cite both medieval humeral theory and modern biomechanics, teaching how opening the hips can ease menstrual discomfort and foster emotional connection. They encourage couples to synchronize rock and release motions with partner chants reminiscent of troubadour verses, section 6, and medieval incantations. Section 1, yet reimagined as affirmations in balance, we bloom in comfort, we commune. You whisper the phrase, feeling its gentle resonance, joke too. Dancing in your thoughts. A framed interview on the wall features a natural birth control pioneer recalling how she stumbled upon a 14th-century posture manual in a dusty library and adapted its positions for cervical mucus tracking methods. She credits the seated straddle and woman above for improving her comfort during diaphragm fitting and barrier method use, demonstrating how medieval ergonomics inform modern contraceptive practice. Historians still debate whether medieval positions truly aid modern birth control or serve more as educational metaphors. Open scholarly debate. In one corner, a digital kiosk invites you to take a which medieval position matches your humeral profile quiz. You select warm and dry, and it recommends the reclining swan pose, section 8, paired with lavender sachets. A pop-up reads Egyptian fans optional. You laugh at the playful modernization of medieval cooling protocols and muse how digital tools resurrect humeral logic for today's well-being apps. Joke 3, tipping through your smile. Further on, a DIY pillow poise station offers feather down inserts, straw blend bolsters, and aromatic linen covers. Participants learn to layer pillows at hip and knee angles precisely as medieval midwives instructed, section 9, yet with modern foam core supports and washable covers. A sign reads, "Align, then recline, no backache allowed," blending medieval counsel with contemporary comfort standards. You nestle into measured bolsters, appreciating how centuries of trial and error inform even today's pillow stacks. A display case holds handcrafted stability harnesses inspired by Renaissance updates. Section 25 crafted from leather and brass hardware. They resemble gentle massage devices, allowing partners to support each other safely in seated and standing positions. A note beside them mentions a small weekend retreat, teaching adaptive medieval mechanics where couples practice harness-assisted woman above and bridled stances under the guidance of ergonomics experts. You trace the smooth leather thinking. Medieval meets modern maker movement joke for unfurling in your mind. A therapist leads a standing embrace breathwork class teaching the gravity-assisted standing embrace section 7, integrated with deep diaphragmatic breathing. They explain how pairing posture with breath supports pelvic floor strength and stress relief. Modern parallels to medieval cooling via airflow. Participants practice synchronized breathing and gentle sway. Eyes closed, feeling how measured inhalation and exhalation foster connection and calm. Historians still debate whether such mind-body integrations reflect medieval sensibilities or represent a uniquely contemporary fusion of traditions. Open scholarly debate. In a quiet nook, a couple consult a book titled The Modern Medieval Bedchamber, which offers color photographs of cozy bedroom setups, velvet throw-draped benches, carved wood stools, and brass-framed daybeds paired with candle lanterns. The book's introduction traces these furnishings back to 14th-century mechanical aids. Section 24 emphasizing the lineage of specialized intimacy furniture. You flip through pages of curated designs, smiling at the continuity of craftsmanship, from ash wood frames to reclaimed barnwood benches. Finally, a community notice board advertises seasonal position circles gatherings where couples share seasonal posture adaptations. Section 16 discussing how winter warmth holding positions and summer cooling embraces resonate within modern sensibilities. A chalked schedule lists topics like autumn L-shape with pumpkin spice and spring side by side beneath cherry blooms, blending medieval humoral theory with contemporary seasonal rituals. You note the playful blend of old and new thinking. Medieval pumpkin spice latte timing matters joke 5. Warming your thoughts. As you exit the apothecary's warm glow into the evening air, you carry with you a quilt of medieval positions, reframed for modern comfort, evidence-based adjustments, and holistic connection. Modern revivals illustrate how ancient humoral wisdom and ergonomic inventions continue to inspire intimate care, bridging past and present in every measured angle and breath. Ahead, Section 28's exploration of erotic boundaries will consider how medical advice and sensuality intertwined in medieval texts, guiding you toward deeper reflections and restful reverie. You drift into a hushed vestibule lined with velvet tapestries, depicting mythic lovers entwined beneath moonlit skies, an evocative setting for erotic boundaries reflecting how medieval medical texts wove sensuality into health guidance mainstream fact. Physicians carefully framed intimate positions as therapeutic yet candid passages acknowledge their inherent erotic charge. Manuals caution that pleasure, if unchecked, could inflame humors, yet they also recognize the mind-body link arousal itself. Promoted circulation and emotional bonding. In one illuminated guide, a preamble emphasizes that pleasure's spark must be tamed as kindly flame lest it blaze unchecked, an admonition to balance desire with moderation. This rhetoric framed eroticism not as shameful indulgence, but as a potentially healing force when guided by prudence. Historians still debate whether this language reflects genuine affirmation of sexual pleasure or a clever rhetorical device to legitimize medical discourse, open scholarly debate. A fringe anecdote in a 14th-century Paris text recounts a physician poet who slipped witty couplets into position instructions. Let not passion run, but pleasure spun, blending erotic verse with posture guidance. These couplets served to remind readers of sensual delight, even as they counseled measured motion, a playful tension between healing and hedonism. You murmur the half-forgotten rhyme, tasting its soft cadence like a whispered secret joke, one rippling in the hush. Medical treatises distinguished between ardent and temperate embraces, prescribing certain positions for each mood. The woman above or side-by-side pose was deemed temperate, fostering mutual gaze and gentle rhythm ideal for emotional intimacy. By contrast, reverse entry or bridled husband stances were labeled ardent, reserved for times of heightened passion, yet requiring cautions about humoral overheating. This classification underscores how erotic expression was codified within medical frameworks rather than left to unchecked impulse. Courtly love manuals layered ritual onto erotic release. Aftercare verses accompanied position chapters instructing couples to exchange tokens, a linen ribbon or a spritz of rose water to seal the encounter with tenderness. These rituals echoed medical concerns for cooling humors but also created intimate ceremonies affirming mutual care. Historians still argue whether these rituals prioritized health benefits or served mainly as romantic performance. Open scholarly debate. Marginalia often reveals scribes' candid reactions beside a description of the seated straddle. One jot reads, "And oh, the delight and unguarded nod to pleasure overshadowing prudence." Such notes testify to medieval readers' mixed attitudes where erotic enjoyment was both celebrated and regulated. You smile at the scribe's unvarnished exclamation, feeling the human impulse break through formal text-fringe tidbit that warms the page. Clerical writers wrestled with erotic boundaries too. Some endorsed position guidance for marital duty and health. Others warned that explicit detail risked moral ruin. One bishop's sermon condemned the surgeon's lewd diagrams, yet a footnote in his private study copy reveals he owned the very manual he publicly decried. Evidence of conflicted clergy who navigated doctrine and desire in private. Historians still debate the extent of clerical hypocrisy versus pastoral nuance. Open scholarly debate. Rural ballads echo this tension. One 14th-century English verse warns young lovers temper the heat, lest heart and hearth deplete, tying erotic abandon to household stability. These folk songs functioned as communal moral reminders, blending entertainment with guidance. You hum the melody, inwardly sensing how simple rhyme conveyed complex boundary teaching across illiterate audiences. Another layer of medieval ingenuity. The concept of consent, though not framed in modern terms, emerges in medical texts as patient comfort and willing inclination, signaling early attention to mutual pleasure. Physicians warned against positions causing pain or distress, advice that resonates with contemporary emphases on informed consent and bodily autonomy. Historians still argue whether medieval language sufficiently captured mutual agency or remained rooted in duty-based marital norms, open scholarly debate. As candlelight flickers, you recognize how medieval erotic boundaries balanced pleasure, health, and morality through a tapestry of verse, ritual, and medical counsel. This interplay created a nuanced space where sensual delight and therapeutic intent converged, offering both permission and proviso for intimacy. You step from the vestibule, carrying with you the echo of whispered couplets and cautious admonitions. Ahead lies pop culture legacy in Section 29, where these medieval notions continue to shape modern portrayals of courtly love positions. You step into a chic art gallery on a Friday evening where modern sculptures and mixed media installations riff on medieval courtly love positions. This is pop culture legacy, tracing how 14th-century posture guides resonate in today's art film and literature mainstream fact. Curators note that fantasy novels, period dramas, and online historical intimacy tutorials often borrow the seated straddle side-by-side embrace and woman above poses, reframing them for contemporary audiences, seeking both romance and authenticity. On a pedestal rests a sleek bronze sculpture titled Humoral Embrace, depicting two stylized figures locked in a side-by-side pose, Section 6. The artist's statement explains that the work celebrates balance and allusion to medieval humoral theory, even as it abstracts bodies into flowing lines. Visitors snap photos, sharing them with hashtags like #MedievalLoveModernLife, illustrating how medieval intimacy shapes digital culture. Historians still debate whether such artistic reinterpretations honor or trivialize original therapeutic intents. Open scholarly debate. Nearby, a video installation loops scenes from a popular historical drama where the heroine straddles her beloved's lap in a candlelit chamber, an unmistakable nod to the seated straddle section 12. The show's costume designer confirms in an interview included on a touchscreen kiosk that she researched medieval posture manuals to stage the scene, authentically balancing eroticism with period accuracy. Fringe tidbit. The scene's director once joked that they rehearsed the position on office chairs, first captioning behind-the-scenes snaps, with medieval Pilates IRL joke one flickering across visitors' screens. A mixed media collage wall showcases fan art of iconic woman above moments. Section 5 blending calligraphic excerpts from Trotula with watercolor washes and digital overlays. Commentary bubbles in the art reference modern discussions of agency and consent, showing how the medieval posture has become a symbol of female empowerment. Yet critics argue whether projecting today's values onto medieval context distorts historical nuance. Open scholarly debate. You lean closer, noting how each fan interpretation layers personal meaning atop centuries-old poses. On a plush reading lounge, a stack of coffee table books lies invitingly. The medieval bedroom revealed and courtly love a visual history. Leafing through them, you find chapters on position scenarios in pop culture, illustrating how video games like Assassin's Creed and fantasy novels evoke reverse entry and bridled husband stances for sensuality. The books warn of romanticizing these positions without acknowledging their medical origins, reflecting ongoing tension between authenticity and sensationalism. You close a volume gently thinking, medieval lore meets modern lore joke too, whispering in your mind. A gallery guide points you to a VR station labeled, Step into Medieval Intimacy. Donning the headset, you find yourself in a candlelit chamber with animated guides demonstrating L-shaped unions. Section 10, and reclining swan poses Section 8. Interactive prompts explain humoral rationale before inviting you to mimic angles with motion controllers. The immersive experience blends education and entertainment, though some users report it feels more like a historical-themed fitness app than true pedagogy. Historians still argue whether VR reconstructions can convey the subtleties of medieval context or risk flattening rich, nuanced, open scholarly debate. In a corner alcove, a local author hosts a book launch for Love Like the Ancients, a novel weaving medieval position teachings into its plot. She reads a passage where her characters consult a fictional 14th-century physician on gastronomical timing. Section 15, combining romance with dietary advice amid court intrigue. Fans gasp and giggle as the novel frames waiting 3 hours after supper, before lovemaking as both comedic and earnest. Fringe tidbit, the author admits she based the scene on her own research into medieval regimens, having once paced her kitchen floor with a sundial app to test authenticity joke 3 dancing among the listeners. Adjacent, an art student displays a series of silkscreen prints, juxtaposing anatomical diagrams from Renaissance revisions. Section 25 with neon graffiti tags commenting on the ongoing dialogue between tradition and subversion. Each print overlays Vesalian muscle sketches atop street art motifs, merging past and present critique. You examine a print where the reverse entry's angles glow in electric pink against aged muscle drawings, feeling the vibrant tension of old knowledge meeting new rebellion. A large projection shows a montage of YouTube tutorial thumbnails promising 3 medieval positions for modern romance. Titles flash. Lotus Love 101. Stand tall medieval standing. Embrace and pillow poise for posture and pleasure. Below, viewer comments range from "so soothing" to "totally saved my marriage." Critics note that such tutorials often omit humoral context, repackaging postures purely as bedroom hacks, a simplification that today's wellness influencers both embrace and critique. Historians still debate whether such content resurrects or commodifies medieval medical heritage, open scholarly debate. In the gift shop, shelves display cushions stamped with stylized cross-legged silhouettes, wooden angle blocks engraved with L shapes, and illustrated print scarves depicting position diagrams down their length. Tourists browse, some buying pillows as whimsical souvenirs, others seeking functional angle guides for home use. You hold a scarf around your shoulders, its silky drape etched with seated embrace sketches and muse medieval posture. Fashion wearable ergonomics joke 4, tickling your sense of absurd delight. As you wander toward the exit, you notice a final installation. A soundscape blending lute music, hushed breath, and whispering verses from medieval incantations. Section 1 with modern ASMR triggers. The immersive audio creates a multi-sensory tapestry reminding you that medieval intimacy encompassed sight, sound, scent, and sensation, an echo that resonates in our own age of curated experiences. Historians still argue whether reconstructing these experiences can capture the original context or simply offer aesthetic pleasure, open scholarly debate. Stepping back into the gallery lobby, you carry with you the vibrant echoes of medieval courtly love positions living on in art media and popular imagination. Pop culture legacy reveals how centuries-old guidance continues to inspire, entertain, and provoke debate, weaving its way through sculpture, screens, and soundscapes, an enduring testament to human curiosity about the body, desire, and connection. You step into a tranquil moonlit cloister garden, its gravel paths winding past lavender beds and reflecting pools that mirror starry skies, a serene setting for reflection and dreamscape. The final meditation weaving together centuries of humoral wisdom, courtly love and practical intimacy, guidance mainstream fact. In the hush, you feel the echo of Trotula's first seated embraces. Section 1, the echo of courtly choreography in great halls. Section 2, and the resonance of humoral postures across seasons and cultures. As you wander between fragrant rows of pillowy sage and pennyroyal, once used to temper humors and shape dreamy union, you recall side-by-side holds beneath summer breezes. Section 6, the warm supported woman above powers. Section 5, and the measured seated straddles. Section 12, that balanced core and comfort. Each posture leaves an imprint in the garden's gentle curves, as if pathways themselves remember angles and embraces. You pause at a low stone bench framed by climbing jasmine, its blossoms releasing restful scent. Here pillows softened countless reclining swans. Section 8, and pillows once fluffed by medieval midwives. Section 9, now meld with moonlit peace. You rest your hand on the cool stone, feeling the promise of rest, and sense the layered wisdom of bench designs. Section 24, and Renaissance revisions. Section 25, that honored both craft and care. Nearby, the gentle fountain's dripping echoes the steady rhythm of seated straddles and standing embraces, each drop a heartbeat in the story of human connection. You remember gastronomical timings. Section 15, seasonal adaptations. Section 16, and cross-cultural echoes. Section 22, where orange-scented breezes met Ayurvedic flows. The drips form a cadence that bridges time from medieval fairs to modern apothecaries. Section 29, inviting you to synchronize breath and being. Moonlight dances on a carved sundial inscribed with angles marking L-shaped unions. Section 10. You trace the gnomon's shadow, its position shifting as though measuring enduring love rather than mere hours. The sundial speaks of position precision, astronomic timing, and human yearning for harmony and posture and purpose. A fragrant breeze stirs pages of a weathered folio tucked in the hedges. Marginalia mischief. Section 18, giggles from the margins and churchly cautions. Section 19, whisper reminders of morality's watchful eye. You tuck the folio back, honoring both levity and restraint in this nocturnal tapestry. The lantern-lit garden path beckons you forward into modern revivals where digital guides and ASMR soundscapes. Section 29, reshape ancient positions for new seekers. Yet here under the arch of stars, the core message endures intimacy when guided by care, whether humoral, anatomical, or ergonomic, becomes a healing art and shared ritual. Each step carries you through a living museum of body wisdom. Herbal sachets for dreamwork. Section 14. Medieval crotchets for consort rituals. Section 23 and 21, 14th century cushions, echoing Renaissance harnesses. The garden breathes these legacies into your senses, inviting you to carry them into your own quiet nights. You pause beneath an ancient olive tree, its twisted trunk a testament to time's passage. Its gnarled roots mirror human adaptation, branching, bending, yet steadfast. You lean back against the trunk, closing your eyes to the garden's lullaby, the soft drip of water. Jasmine's sigh and gravel's gentle crunch under unseen feet. This reflection is your canvas, the courtly choreography, the humoral therapies, The mechanical marvels and the modern revivals all swirl in a dreamscape of continuity. You sense how each posture taught you about balance of body, emotion, and environment, crafting intimacy into ritual care into art. Word count 1088. Wind down. Let your breath soften each inhale, drawing in moonlit calm. Each exhale releasing the day's tension like petals drifting from a blossom. Feel the cool stone beneath you dissolve into gentle warmth as the garden's hush wraps around your senses, cushioning your thoughts. Imagine pathways shifting to soft quilts under clouded skies, embracing every curve and angle with tender support. Recall each posture's lesson, how seated peace, swan-like repose, and lotus alignment guided both body and heart toward balance. Let these shapes fade into comfortable blur, their principles settling into quiet resilience. Hear the fountain's distant echo like a lullaby, its dripping count, a soothing pulse matching your own. Smell jasmine and pennyroyal mingled in the night breeze, fragrances that cradle you between the present moment and ancestral care. Feel the olive tree's ancient serenity flow through your spine, anchoring you between earth and sky. The past and present entwine, weaving a tapestry of mindful presence. In this space, all knowledge, humoral, anatomical, or digital, melts into one inviting vessel of calm. You are held by this garden of memory, each element a whispered promise of connection to your own body, to a lineage of whispered wisdom, and to the shared human need for easing, comforting, and honoring intimacy. Surrender to the murmur of gravel paths and rustling fronds as your eyelids grow heavy. Rest in this gentle cradle where every posture taught you to move with compassion. Every angle reminded you of measured care, and every breath aligned you with centuries of shared human tenderness. Sleep now beckons with open arms, offering dreams as serene as moonlit lavender and as comforting as time-held stones. Sweet dreams.